Hey, Shalom, Shalom. Uh, Obviously, we got the fair use disclaimer up because we will be watching a video today, right? I'll go ahead and read it. It says, notwithstanding the provisions of Section 106 and 106A of fair use of a copyrighted work, including such use by reproduction and copies, phono recorders, or by any other means specified by that section, for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, including multiple copies for classroom use, scholarship, or research, is not an infringement of copyright. So, fair use disclaimer. Stop sharing that. Stop sharing that. And we're going over something that we talk about pretty often, right? Going over something that's not new. We talk about it often. It's Hanukkah, right? Feast of Dedication. Why are we going into the Feast of Dedication? We're going into the Feast of Dedication because that's what's coming up, right? That's what's coming up here in soon December, right? In December, that is our next high holy day. Honestly, one of my favorite high holy days, right? Shalom, Hebrew daughter. One of my favorite high holy days is, okay, I got priest Malachi. I said priest Malachi. Shalom,
Shalom.
God. We got, like I said, one of my favorite high holy days, something that I like, that I look forward to. I like to prep for it. I get my menorah. I was looking in Mardell's. If y'all don't know what Mardell's is, it's a Christian store, right? I was looking at Mardell's and they got a Jewish section, and they got these specific candles that fit my menorah. And I was excited to see them because I'm getting my headspace in the Feast of Dedication, right? In what the world calls Hanukkah. I believe we say Hanukkah to the Hebrew, right? But so like it. But we're gonna jump in it, watch this video. We're not gonna watch the whole video, but it does have some information, some good information on it. I advise everybody to subscribe to this channel, Kings and Generals. Pretty good history channel, right? So we're gonna jump right into it. Let me know if y'all can or cannot hear it. I'm gonna mute up.
Yeah, I can hear it.
Every winter, Jewish communities across the globe come together in celebration of the festival of Hanukkah. The image of the menorah and its iconic 8 candles shining through the dark winter night is one of the most visually recognizable aspects of traditional Jewish culture. But from where does this ancient holiday ritual stem? To answer, we must go back 2,200 years to a time when the descendants of Alexander the Great ruled in the land of Judea, and tell a story of the ancient Jewish people's struggle to win liberty against the forces of the Hellenic world. Our sponsors allow us to release videos of the ancestral, only available by the era of classical antiquity. The independent kingdoms of Israel and Judah were in terminal decline. As a result, the history of the Jewish people soon came to be defined by the carousel of foreign empires that took turns conquering and subsequently ruling the ancestral Hebrew homeland. First came the Assyrians, then the Babylonians, then the Persians, who...
So if you've been studying, if you've been reading your Bible, if you've been doing what you were supposed to do, right? You've been in, Genesis, you've been in the Torah, you've been reading Chronicles and Kings and Samuel, you've been reading your book, you should know exactly what he's talking about, right? First the Assyrians, then the Babylonians. Now he's talking about the Persians and the Medes with the Achaemenid Empire. All of this history is prevalent to understanding the Bible, and is prevalent to understanding the Feast of Hanukkah, right? The Feast of Dedication, right? So, like I said, this is good information. All of this stuff can be found inside the scriptures, right? Which we're going to get to here in a second, but I'm going to keep playing.
Who ruled the Jews with a reasonably fair and light hand. Finally, in 332 BC, the Macedonian phalanxes of Alexander would steamroll the Achaemenid Empire out of existence, establishing Classical Greek as the dominant language and culture of the Near East. It is here that the Jewish people became subjects of the Greek world. When
Boom. So Alexander the Great hits the scene, right? Alexander the Great hits the scene, and he steamrolls over the Persians and the Medes, which we see this right here in First Maccabees. Let me see if I can make this bigger. We see that right here in First Maccabees chapter 1, verse 1. It says, and it happened after that Alexander, the son of Philip, the Macedonian, who came out of the land of Chittim, had smitten Darius the king of the Persians and Medes, that he reigned in his stead the first over Greece. And he made many wars and won many strongholds, and slew the kings of the earth. It says, and went through to the ends of the earth, and took spoils of many nations, insomuch that the earth was quiet before him, whereupon he was exalted, and his heart was lifted up. These things we find in the scriptures, right? So there shouldn't be nothing new. The stuff that we're going over in this video, it shouldn't be nothing new. We should already know the breakdown. We should know what we're looking forward to. This is why I'm touching on Hanukkah a little early. You should know why you're celebrating, right? I'm not going over the whole thing. I might rechange the title to Hanukkah Part 1, right? Because we may go over it in the future. I don't plan on going over every detail and aspect of Feast of Dedication today. But you should know the history behind it and what our people was going through, right? Keep playing.
Alexander died, his massive Macedonian empire fractured into several monarchies, ruled by his closest comrades and later their descendants. The so-called Diadochi kingdoms were constantly at war with one another, and the region of Judea, being situated in the borderland between the Ptolemies of Egypt and Seleucids of Syria, became a battleground where the two Macedonian dynasties jockeyed for power and influence. Despite this, life remained fairly peaceful for the Hebrews. The Hellenistic kings generally used the same light touch the Persians had, interfering very little in the region's culture, religion, and internal politics. The Jewish people were ruled semi-autonomously by a high priest of the Judaic faith, who handled matters both religious and secular from the Great Temple of Jerusalem. In 198 BC, Antiochus III had finally expelled the Ptolemies out of Judea, putting the region firmly under the suzerainty of the Seleucid Empire. He lowered taxes and affirmed the Jewish people's freedom to live by their own faith and laws, and for now, Judea was content. Throughout world history, we often see subject peoples of a multi-ethnic empire willingly adopt the language and customs of said empire's rulers in an attempt to improve social mobility, so many Jewish peoples began to practice the Greek culture of their suzerains. This phenomenon, known as Hellenization, was perpetuated mainly by the upper strata of Jewish society, namely the wealthy priests, merchants, and aristocrats in urban Jerusalem. The Hellenization process was expedited in 175 BC, when the culturally traditionalist high priest, Ananias III, was deposed by his Philhellene brother Joshua, better known by his Greek name Jason. Jason would go on to wield his power as high priest, to begin transforming Jerusalem into a classically Greek city by building a gymnasium.
Now, this is something we got to know, right? Jason is hated. Jason is hated, right, of the Most High. That's what I want to say first off. But the scriptures go in detail over all of this. So go over the Diadochi or the Diadochi. We can read about that in Daniel chapter 8. I want to grab the quick precept. Boom. Boom. Daniel 8:8. It says, therefore the he-goat waxed very great, and when he was strong, the great horn was broken, and for it came up 4 notable ones toward the 4 winds of heaven. Who are those 4 notable ones towards heaven, right? You got Ptolemy, Seleucus, Cassander, and Lysimachus, I believe. And those were the people that were going at war. And you see towards the bottom, you had the Ptolemaic kingdom versus the Seleucid kingdom. And who do you have in the very middle? You have our land. You have Jerusalem. You have Israel, right? So, but I'm going to keep reading. Verse 9, Daniel 8:9, it says, out of one of them came forth a little horn, which waxed exceeding great, towards the south, towards the east, and towards the pleasant land. This is the Seleucid kingdom, and you got Antiochus moving in towards the pleasant land. Antiochus was hated of the Most High as well, right? They keep saying a word, they keep using the word Hellenization. Let's look up Hellenization. Hellenization, it says, is the process by which non-Greeks adopt Greek culture, language, religion, and identity. It can refer to the spread of Greek culture after the conquest of Alexander the Great in the 4th century BC. This is information we have to know when we understand in the Bible, when we understand in the New Testament, when we're understanding what's going on during the time of the Maccabees, when we're understanding what's going on during the time of the Feast of Dedication. You got to know these terms. You got to know what Hellenization is. You got to know who Jason is. You got to know who Antiochus is. You got to know these empires. You got to know how they split up. Why did they split up? Who's fighting who? What's going on over here? And all of this stuff he's going over, most likely he's probably getting this information from the book of Maccabees. I'm not going to lie. It's historical evidence. It's historical facts, I should say. The book of Maccabees goes over all of this in great detail, right? Let me see. I'm gonna go back to First Maccabees. I'm gonna go back to First Maccabees to show that it's going over this, right? First Maccabees 1 chapter. I'm gonna start at 4. This talking about Alexander again. Still says, and he gathered a mighty strong host and ruled over countries and nations and kings who became tributaries unto him. And after these things he fell sick and perceived that he should die. Wherefore he called his servants, such as were honorable and had been brought up with him from his youth, and parted his kingdom among them while he was yet alive. Who is that? The Diadochi, which means successors, right? Those 4 notable men, those 4 notable horns, I should say. Verse 7. So it says, so Alexander reigned 12 years, then he died, and his servants bare rule everyone in his place. And after his death, they all put on crowns upon themselves. So did their sons after them many years, and evils were multiplied in the earth. And there came out of one of them a wicked root, Antiochus, surnamed Epiphanes, son of Antiochus the king, who had been in hostage at Rome, and he reigned in the 137th year of the kingdom of the Greeks. In those days went there out of Israel wicked men who persuaded many, saying, let us go make a covenant with the heathen that are round about us. For since we departed from them, we have had much sorrow. So this is what we get going on with the Hellenization. This is what we get with that priest Jason, right? Bear with me real quick. Boom. Second Maccabees 4:13. It says, now such was the height of Greek fashion and increased of heathenish manners through the exceeding profaneness of Jason, that ungodly wretch, and no high priest. So Jason was only in this thing to turn us to the heathens. This is what it was talking about. He was a part of those wicked men who persuaded many, right? Saying, let us make a covenant with the heathen. The Most High did not want us to act like heathens. I'm going to say it again. The Most High did not and does not want us to act like heathens, right? We can see that time and time again. We've seen it with Saul when Israel wanted the king. Well, it was like, no, but we kept asking. All right, cool, I'll give you a king. When we wanted to be like the Egyptians, the Lord said no. When we want to be like the Assyrians, the Lord like no. All right, I'm gonna just throw you in captivity under them. Let's see how much they care about you. Even unto this day, we want to be like these Edomites. The Most High does not like when we act like heathens. We're supposed to act like Israel. We're supposed to act holy. What does that mean? Let's keep reading and see what that means. Verse 12, it says, so this device pleased them well. Then certain of the people were so forward herein that they went to the king, who gave them license to do after the ordinance of the heathen, whereupon they built a place of exercise at Jerusalem, according to the customs of the heathen. That place of exercise is called a gymnasium. I think the Edomite just went over, he just touched on it a tad bit. He said he built a place of exercise, right? It's a gymnasium. What a gymnasium is a place to work out naked. That's literally what the word translates into. A place of exercise naked. This is why the Lord doesn't want us to act like heathen. That's not our custom. We're not walking around naked amongst each other. That's all, right? But let's keep reading. It says, and made themselves uncircumcised and forsook the holy covenant and joined themselves to the heathen and were sold to do mischief. We made ourselves uncircumcised. We forsook the holy covenant. We forsook the Most High. Instead of us serving the Most High, instead of us speaking Hebrew, what do we do now? We serve Zeus and we speak Greek. We speak Greek now because that's the lingua franca. That's the height of everything, right? You kind of not in unless you speak Greek. You're not really cool unless you put on the toga. Not you wearing your fringes no more. Nah. I gotta throw on the toga, man, and I'm finna head to the gymnasium. You know, I heard all the guys up there working out. This is why the Most High didn't want us to be like them, because we forsake everything and we become unclean, right? But let us get back, brothers. Y'all got anything y'all want to add before we get back to the video?
Not at the moment.
Gymnasium and an Ephebium, essentially, was deposed by his Philhellene brother Joshua, better known by his Greek name Jason. Jason would go on to wield his power as high priest to begin transforming Jerusalem into a classically Greek city by building a gymnasium and an Ephebium, essentially community centers for Greek education and learning. He also sent Jewish athletes to compete in a mimicry of the Olympic Games, hosted by the king in Tyre. There he offered a sacrificial tribute to the Greek demigod Hercules, to whom the games were dedicated.
But that's all. That's all. Hold on. Jason sent tribute and sent the sacrifice. This is supposed to be, the high priest of our people, right? The high priest of the Jews. And he's building schools for us to learn Greek, for us to learn the Greek way. He's not setting stuff up for our children to learn Hebrew. He's not setting stuff up for our children to learn the laws of Moses. He's not setting up synagogues. He's setting up schools in these Greek manners. Then he's sending our men, our young men, out to go and be in this Olympics. The Olympics is idolatry. I'm pretty sure, most of us in here know that. Towards the end, guess what? They offer up a sacrifice. And he sent tribute and sacrifice to Hercules. You breaking rule number one. Rule number one, you breaking, and that's off. That's off. This is what goes into what was going on during this time period. You kind of getting looked at down bad for, still speaking Hebrew. Don't speaking Hebrew, man. It's Greek around here. You ain't offered a sacrifice to, Hercules yet? Or have you heard this mythology is kind of bussing? Next thing you know, you kind of see Joachim. You see he got on the toga. Damn, what's that about? Our high priest are in a world full of madness. I mean, how else would you be able to look at it? Go ahead.
You see a similar spirit on the earth today. You kind of get to breaking down to it, brother. We the Hebrews, man, law, statutes, and commandments, so on and so forth, and they kind of get on some. Bro, we in a new era, man. We're in a new time, bro. It's 2024. Like, that'd be blowing me, bro.
That's a fact. It's 2024, bro. That was old. That's old news, bro. Bro, we got the Olympics now. You know what I'm saying? Bro, that was the God of our fathers, bro. It's a new time. It's a new generation, bro. We serve Hercules now. We serve Zeus. Have you heard of Zeus? We kind of getting down with this guy now, bro. I mean, look at it. You know what I'm saying? What day do we celebrate these dedications? Feast dedication, I believe we are starting it December 24th, sundown. Let me check. I think we are celebrating it December 24th, sundown, because me and Malachi looked at it the other day. It is the 24th sundown to January 1st sundown. December 24th sundown to January 1st sundown. Like I said, I'm starting it early a little bit, not starting the feast dedication, starting the lessons a little bit early. That way we can all get our mindset into it. You know what I'm saying? Because you got people preparing for Christmas right now. Hell, you got some Israelites preparing for Christmas right now.
And they celebrating for Thanksgiving.
And they getting ready for Thanksgiving. You know what I mean? Go ahead, please.
Bro, do not be deceived, man. You go around your family, and they kind of start getting to inviting you to Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving coming up, and you got to stand on business, man. Don't let them hit you with the classic. Well, you don't got to celebrate Thanksgiving. Just come get you a plate. Don't fall for that. You don't got to celebrate it. Just come spend some time with your family. Don't fall for that. Just classic moves, man. Don't fall for those, man. Just do something else on Thanksgiving, man.
Yeah, go read, go study, go do something else but celebrate Thanksgiving. We're gonna go over Thanksgiving, Lord willing, here soon. If not, probably next Sabbath or the one after that, sometime soon, right? But don't be getting caught up in Thanksgiving. Have your mind on the Feast of Dedication. Go get a menorah not today. That's all. I almost went off. Go get a menorah tomorrow. You know what I mean? Go Put your mind, go decorate how you would have decorated for Christmas. That's what I be trying to do. I be trying to decorate for Feast of Dedication. I'm trying to get the spirit. That's what I be trying to do. What am I going to eat? How am I going to do it? I'm trying to chill. I got 8 days of Feast of Dedication. This is dope. I plan on this year. I ain't gonna lie. I was planning on talking to a couple of the brothers, seeing if brothers want to do a give gifts. Hey, look, brothers, you know what I'm saying? Y'all want to go in, you know what I'm saying? $20. Nobody spend nothing over $20. We all just share gifts. That's what I was meditating on. You can do that for Feast of Dedication. We celebrating. No, we're not celebrating damn Saint Nick. We're not talking about Christmas. This ain't the birth of Jesus Christ. This ain't none of that. This is how we conquered our enemy during this wicked time. Right? Let's continue on this video.
Perhaps his most radical policy was to allow non-Jews in Jerusalem to set idols of their gods within the holy temple itself. The fact that the high priest was openly tolerating and even promoting the polytheistic gods was deeply disturbing to many Jews who clung to their monotheist faith.
Did you hear that? Let's listen to that part one more time.
Itself. The fact that the high priest was openly tolerating and even promoting the polytheistic gods was deeply disturbing to many Jews who clung to their monotheist faith.
It was deeply disturbing on how our high priest was getting down with damn Athena and Zeus and Hercules and Apollo. And you kind of like, damn, and he kind of got these great ideas. Hey, look, let's set Zeus up in the tabernacle. You know, this is what Jason was on. This is why he said that wicked wretch and is no high priest. This is greatly disturbing to some people. To some people, they want it. It's the new wave. Things got to change. That's what it is, right? Let's keep watching.
This sentiment was especially strong in the poorer rural communities of Judea, who had clung far closer to Orthodox Judaism. A strange situation was made worse in 175 BC, when one Antiochus IV Epiphanes became the Seleucid Basileus. Various ancient accounts describe him as a proto-Nero or Commodus, that is to say, erratic. His sobriquet, Epiphanes, meant manifested from God, but among his people he was secretly known by a variation of the title, Epimanes, which meant madman.
This is what they're describing as epiphanies. Antiochus Epiphanes. His epiphanies means manifested from God. What we're going to know about epiphanies is what they said to be true. He was a madman, of course, but he was very, very, very prideful. Very damn prideful, right? This is what was going on during this time. When this guy hit the scene, let's just watch. Let's see what happens.
Was secretly known by a variation of the title, Epimanes, which meant madman. It was him who in the first year of his rule supported Jason's coup against Ananias III, hoping a pro-Greek high priest would help Hellenize the Jews. However, only 3 years later, Antiochus decided that Jason wasn't Hellenizing Judea fast enough, so helped replace him with an even more pro-Hellenic priest, Menelaus.
You got this guy, and they're gonna throw an ad at us. You got this guy who put in he moved Jason out, and then this is the heathen. He just put in another high priest. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. This is why the Most High want us dealing with our people. It's not how it works. You can't just move in a new guy. You got to swap this guy out. You can't even become a priest until like the age of 30. The hell you doing just swapping high priest out? Yeah, go ahead and move this guy. And he's not Hellenizing the Jews fast enough. So I'm going to put in Menelaus. Go in there and, teach him the ways of Greek. Jason was doing damn just enough damage. He was doing enough damage by himself. But now you got this guy moving in.
Then marched with his armies into Egypt, aiming to double the size of his empire by seizing the Ptolemaic heartland. While the king was preoccupied, Jason seized his opportunity and returned to Jerusalem, initiating a counter-coup and expelling the deeply unpopular Menelaus. However, Antiochus's campaign was cut short when the Roman Republic intervened on behalf of the Ptolemies. Unable to match the strength of the legion, the king was forced to retreat to Syria. Already utterly humiliated by Rome, Antiochus's mood turned wrathful when...
So what's going on here? This is actually described in the scriptures. I actually want to see if I can find it. Antiochus got his ass kicked by Ptolemy and the Romans, right? He got his ass kicked, and he decided to turn his anger on us, right? Boom, right here. Second Maccabees. Let's see. I want to pull this up because this is good. Let's go to it. Second Maccabees chapter 9. Boom. All right. Verse 1. About that time came Antiochus with dishonor out of the country of Persia, for he had entered the city called Persepolis, and went about to rob the temple and to hold the city, whereupon the multitude running to defend themselves with their weapons put them to flight. And so it happened that Antiochus, being put to flight of the inhabitants, returned with shame. Now when he came to Ecbatane, news was brought to him that had happened unto Nicanor and Timotheus. Then swelling with anger, he thought to avenge upon the Jews the disgrace done unto him by those that had made him flee. Therefore commanded he to his chariotmen to drive without ceasing, and to dispatch the journey. The judgment of God now following him, for he had spoken proudly in this sort, that he would come to Jerusalem and make it a common burying place of the Jews. What he thought to do. This is what he thought to do. He would make it a common burying place of the Jews. Shalom, soldier, Shamawal. Shalom. He thought to make it a common burying place of the Jews. Right? This is how wicked and proudful this man was. This is how wicked he was. This is how off he was in his head, in his mind. Right? Let me see. Let's go back to the video, because that's all that the video is describing right here. Right? He went back, came back. After he got his ass kicked, and now he got smoked with Israel.
When he found out that his subjects in Jerusalem had rebelled, he stormed Jerusalem with his army, slaying the supporters of Jason and reinstating his puppet Menelaus as high priest. He then left Apollonius in charge of subduing the city, who accomplished his job by dismantling the walls of Jerusalem and building a fort named Acra on the nearby hill of Ophel, so everyone could gaze upwards and see the symbol of King Antiochus's power. Rather than leaving good enough alone, Antiochus began to actively exterminate Judaism, forbidding the people of Judea from observing the Sabbath, circumcising their sons, or performing other rituals.
This is how off this dude was. This is how off this dude was. He made us to stop worshiping the Most High, to stop celebrating the Sabbath day, right? Mahar, do you remember that precept exactly? I can't remember where it's at in my head. Is it Second Maccabees 7?
First Maccabees chapter 1. Latter verses.
I know, but I'm thinking about the one where it was like going into the Sabbath day.
What does it say?
I don't know exactly, bro.
You're talking about where they you're saying where it says we can't profess ourselves to be a Jew? That's Second Maccabees chapter 6, the first few verses.
Bet. I got it right here. Good luck. Second Maccabees 6, and this is what was going on during the time of Antiochus. This is what this guy's talking about right now. Second Maccabees chapter 6, and I'm gonna start at verse 4. It says, "For the temple was filled with riot and reveling by the Gentiles, who dallied with harlots and had to do with women within the circuit of the holy places, and besides that brought in things that were not lawful." So these guys were doing all kinds of abominational things inside of our temple, most likely committing orgies, doing idolatry, you name it, right? It said the altar also was filled with profane things which the law forbidded, like pork. It says, "Neither was it lawful for a man to keep Sabbath days or ancient fast, or to profess himself at all to be a Jew." This is what he was implementing. No, you cannot keep the Sabbath day. No, you cannot do this. You cannot profess to be a Jew, so on and so forth. Forbidding us to even be circumcised, right? I'm gonna jump down to verse 9. "And whoso would not conform themselves to the manner of the Gentiles should be put to death. Then might a man have seen the present misery, for there were 2 women brought who had circumcised their children, whom they had openly led round about the city, the babes hanging at their breast, they cast them down headlong from the wall." These men killed our children because the mothers had circumcised their babies. This is what's going on during the time of the Greeks. This is what a lot of people don't talk about. I didn't learn this in school, right? I didn't learn this in school. I didn't hear about this, right? Because these are heinous acts by their great men. People love the Greeks. People love the Greeks and they love the Romans, but they don't talk about this history. They don't go into this like that, right? It was another precept I wanted to grab. First Maccabees chapter 7, verse 17. It says, "The flesh of thy saints have they cast out, and their blood have they shed round about Jerusalem, and there was none to bury them." This is how bad it was. That's how bad it was. Our blood is shed round about Jerusalem, and there's none to bury us. All because of this man Antiochus, right? Let's keep watching.
He had the holy temple in Jerusalem converted into a temple of Zeus, within which he personally spilled the blood of a pig, a deeply sacrilegious ritual to the Judaic faith. The king declared that the Jewish people should begin worshipping the Greek gods. Hellenized Jews accepted these changes, but many others did not, resolving instead to fight. It is here that the Maccabees enter our story. Our story now shifts to the small Judean town of Modin, where a local priest.
And I think I want to stop on that video right there, right? I want to stop on that video right there because, like I said, I might make a part 2. What's up? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's going to get lit, right? It's going to get real nice when we start talking about the Maccabees. But let's go back to this first Maccabees chapter 1, right? To the Greeks, they dealt with pigs. I believe pigs was something holy unto them, but it was very unholy unto us. But they had offered up a pig upon our altar, which was unlawful to do. Right here, I'm gonna start at Start at 43. First Maccabees 1 and 43. Yea, many also of the Israelites consented to his religion and sacrificed unto idols and profaned the Sabbath. For the king had sent letters by messengers unto Jerusalem and the cities of Judah that they should follow the strange laws of the land and forbid burnt offerings and sacrifices and drink offerings in the temple, that they should profane the Sabbaths and festival days and pollute the sanctuary and holy people, set up altars and groves and chapels of idols, and sacrifice swine's flesh and unclean beasts, that they should also leave their children uncircumcised and their souls abominable with all manner of uncleanness and profanation, to the end that they might forget the law and change all the ordinances. This is what Antiochus wanted to happen. This was his dream, to make this happen. Let us go in and Hellenize the people. This is where we get to the New Testament. It says, and you're reading about Romans, and it says no difference between the Jew and the Greek. This is what split our people up. This was one of the reasons why people were split up. You got this brother over here speaking Greek, so he's no longer accepted. Nah, nigga, you speak Greek. That's off. Let a holy man see another man praying to Yahweh in Greek. It's up. They weren't dealing with that. Our people, it was a saying back then. It says, I would rather eat pork than speak Greek. That's the kind of disdain that we had towards these people for doing this to us. It's what it is. We couldn't circumcise ourselves. We couldn't even keep damn rest days. You got niggas walking around saying we can't keep Sabbath. Now, man, our people fought to keep the Sabbath. Our people fought and died to keep the Sabbath. You niggas talking about we can't keep the Sabbath. That's madness. That's off. All right. You gotta read Maccabees, man. This is one of my favorite feast days. I'm not gonna lie. When you get in here and you read the intricacies of what happened to our people, it does fucking suck. It's like it. It does. It sucks. A lot of the stuff that was going on, it sucked. A lot of it our people deserve, though. Just like Jason. You can't just, Jason was cooned out. There was a lot of brothers and sisters that was cooned out. They'll rather get down with Greek fashions than the God of their fathers. Right? So we're gonna get into more about Daniel, because we ain't got into Daniel. We ain't got into the prophecy of it yet. We're gonna get more into Daniel. We're gonna dive more into Maccabees. We're gonna dive more into literally the Maccabean family with Mattathias. That brother was mighty. He had zeal. That brother amped up. He amped the family up. He amped the warriors up. You got people nowadays just wanting to be like these Romans and Greeks. Be like the Israelite. Why is nobody trying to be like the Israelite nowadays? Why is nobody wanting to be a Jew? Why is nobody wanting to follow the customs of your forefathers? Instead, we'd rather follow after Halloween. Instead, we'd rather follow after the damn pilgrims and be, want to get down with Thanksgiving. Instead, we'd rather get down with Saint Nick instead of celebrating Feast of Dedication. I'm tired of that lame ass excuse. But the laws is done away with. Christ came. You don't gotta keep that no more. But then your ass will celebrate fucking like it. You'll celebrate Christmas, Thanksgiving, Valentine's Day, as if Christ came and died for you to do that. That's all. That's all. When our people went through this to even get dedication, our people went through all of this. You had our forefathers and our foremothers die to keep the law of God. They died to keep the law of God. You're dying trying not to keep them. I'd rather not. We in our enemy's land. We can't keep the feast days. Christ died for us not to keep the feast days. You got every excuse in the book, but the Maccabees weren't given no excuse. The Maccabees they didn't have an excuse. There was no excuse. I believe during that time he said, those who want to serve the Most High, follow us. Follow me. Went throughout the city proclaiming that. Those who actually want to serve God, let's go. It's a lot of brothers and sisters today who wouldn't have went. I ain't gonna lie. Y'all kind of would have get down with this whole Christianity thing, man. I don't know, man. You know, Halloween kind of fun. It's a lot of y'all that wouldn't have went with Mattathias. Go ahead.
Hey, they would have kind of got on some God know my heart, man.
Yeah.
The book of Sirach, in a certain place, it speaks about, it says, strive for the truth unto death, and the Lord shall fight for thee. And that's wisdom. But a lot of people ain't walking in that spirit.
Yeah. It's a lot of brothers who are not walking in that spirit at all. Right? But it's fine though. We're gonna read about the people who are not walking in that spirit in the future. Right? Because the way they're in, the end they're in is death. Simply to be put, right? The water for tuning in. We had a brother from the Sons of Thunder come in. All praises. We love the Sons of Thunder, right? Mighty brothers, mighty works. Go follow and subscribe to them. And some mighty brothers, right? The water for tuning in. Tune in next time, right? When we're going over more of Hanukkah and more details about it. And get your mind prepared for Hanukkah. Get your mind prepared for dedication. Get in the spirit for dedication. Go read Maccabees. This is one of my favorite holy days because of what happened, how it went about, what we did, the history in it, the love of brotherhood in it, the strong will to serve the Most High God. It's a reason they took this out. It's a reason. Go figure it out, right? I don't got nothing. Brothers, y'all got anything y'all want to add before I close?
Love.
No, sir.
Kind. So with that, we want to give all praises, all honor, and all glory to the Most High God, Yahweh, by Hashem HaMashiach Yahushua. I want to say Shalom.
Shalom, shalom.
Shalom.
Shalom, shalom.
Shalom.
Shalom. I'm going to open it up. First and foremost, we want to give all praises, all honor, and all glory to the Most High God, Yahweh, by Hashem HaMashiach Yahushua, right? I'm going to open it up with a fair use disclaimer. We're not going to get straight into the video today. We're going to talk about something else first and then get into it. But fair use disclaimer, notwithstanding the provisions of sections 106 and 106A, the fair use of copyrighted work, including such use by reproduction in copies or phone recorders or by any other means specified by that section, for purposes such as criticism, comment, news, reporting, teaching, including multiple copies for classroom use, scholarship, or research, is not infringement of copyright. All right. Read that. Let's get that out the way. We're going to read a little bit of Romans. We're going to read a little bit of Romans, the 8th chapter. Blow it up big. Fuck it. Hey, G-Man. We hope you're having a good day as well, right? So, we're going to touch a little bit on Romans, the 8th chapter, kind of see what it's talking about. And then here in a little while, we're going to get into Hanukkah, and we're going to continue the video that we were watching previously, right? So first off, Romans 8:1, it says, there is therefore now no condemnation to them which are in Christ Yahushua, who walk not after the flesh, but after the Spirit. It says, for the law of the Spirit of life in Christ Yahushua hath made me free from the law of sin and death. Now, what's going on here? What is it talking about? There's no condemnation to them which are in Hamashiach Yahushua. Meaning what? You are no longer cut off from the Most High. You are no longer to be put to death for the transgressions of the Most High. Right? You are now able, through Yahushua, to repent from such things that you weren't able to repent from under the law of Moses, to put it plainly, right? Let me go ahead and grab that quick precept real quick. Acts 3. I might be tripping. It might be Acts 13. Bear with me. Bro, where's the precept at, bro? Am I tripping?
I think it is in Acts 13. Use the search bar, I guess.
He said he used the search bar. I get. Bro, I went to Acts 13, bro. And I straight didn't see it, but now I see it. That's crazy. All right, Acts 13:38. It says, be it known unto you, therefore, men and brethren, that through this man is preached unto you the forgiveness of sins. So through this man is preached unto you the forgiveness of sins. We know what it's talking about. We know who this man is, right? It's talking about Yahushua Hamashiach. So through this man is preached unto you the forgiveness of sins. And by him, all that believe, that's very important, all that believe are justified from all things. When you go into that word, justified is pardoned, right? Shalom, Shelly Burt. Shalom. So when you go into that word, justified, it means pardoned. You are pardoned from all things from which ye could not be justified by the law of Moses. So the things that you were not able to repent from under the law of Moses, whether it be idolatry, adultery, various fornications, so on and so forth, through Christ, you now have a way to repent, right? And that's very important because this is what a lot of Hanukkah is going into, right? Shalom, WI from St. Louis, right? Shalom. Praises. So you are now able to repent from things that you couldn't repent from. And I was saying how this is very important to know when we're reading about what's going on in the Maccabees, when we're not able to circumcise our children the 8th day. If you read according to the law of Moses, if you do not circumcise your child the 8th day, he is cut off from the people. If you're not circumcised the 8th day, you cut off. You're out of the covenant. But through Christ, you are now able to come back in. That's what Romans 11 is all about. It's about the adoption. You being able to come back in through him, right? Let's grab another quick precept. Malachi, if you got a precept out, don't just go ahead and say Salakia, you know what I mean? And then once I'm done with my point, I'll pass it right to you.
Yeah.
Romans chapter 5 verse 1. Therefore, being justified by faith, meaning we are pardoned by faith. By faith, what? In Christ, right? It says we have peace with God through our Lord Yahushua Mashiach, by whom also we have access by faith into this grace, wherein we stand and rejoice in the hope of the glory of God. The only way you have access into grace, the grace of the Most High, is through the faith in Yahushua, right? Because he came and he died for us, right? Real quick. Nah, I'm not even finna get into that. I'm not even finna get into that right now. It's all good, right? We're gonna keep reading though. It says, for what the law could not do, in that it was weak through the flesh, God sending his own son in the likeness of sinful flesh, and for sin, condemned sin in the flesh. Meaning what? The law does not have flesh. It's talking about us. When we were weak, when we couldn't uphold the law, Christ sent his son to give us grace. Why? Why did he send his son to give us grace? Verse 4, that the righteousness of the law might be fulfilled in us. Not so we can not keep the law. It's not so we can, be like, man, we under grace. I'm going to just kind of chill on it. You know what I'm saying? We under grace. I don't really got to keep the Sabbath. Or we're under grace. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to celebrate, Christmas, bro. We kind of under grace. No, that's not what Christ came and died for. That's not what it was. He died that the righteousness of the law might be fulfilled in us, who walk not after the flesh, but after the Spirit. You cannot walk after the flesh, but you must walk after the Spirit, right?
Yeah.
You said something, King?
Yeah. God, I got a precept.
But
It's the book of Romans, chapter 6, and verse 15. It says, what then? Shall we sin because we are not under the law, but under grace? God forbid. So just because we're not under the judgments of the law, per se, right, that does not give you a license to sin.
that's a fact, right? Because a lot of people, let's grab a quick precept. Ecclesiastes 8. Because no, you're not under immediate judgments and punishments under the law right now. Right? Cool. That doesn't mean that you go on and continue to do evil, right? Ecclesiastes 8 and 11. Because sentencing against an evil work is not executed speedily, therefore the heart of the sons of men is fully set in them to do evil. What does that look like? Well, your old heads around the family, well, I've been eating pork my whole life and it ain't killed me yet. I've been doing this since I was little and nothing happened to me yet. Shalom, Hebrew daughter. All praises. Shalom, unique. This is what that looks like, because sentence against an evil work, because the judgment against an evil work is not executed speedily, because it doesn't happen right then and there. There says, therefore, the heart of the sons of men is fully set in them to do evil. People make their mind up to do evil. That is not how you roll. That's not what this is about. That's not what Christ came and died for, right? Just 1 second. But let's keep reading. For they that are after the flesh do mind the things of the flesh, but they that are after the Spirit, the things of the Spirit. Let me see, Malachi. You remember you had a precept, and I told you to remember I told you to reply in my messages, and I was like, reply and then drop that precept.
Oh yeah.
Remember that conversation?
Give me a second. I'm gonna go find it.
I think I found it. Sirach 19:5. Go break that down. Go break that down. Sirach 19:5.
I'm trying to pull it up, Bobby Shaw. I can get my pocket, but you ain't gotta pull it up at all. Gird up, man.
This was the it had the Apocrypha, but I guess not no more.
Crazy work. Get you a physical copy, man. I don't trust Esau, y'all.
He said, get you a physical copy, man.
All right. The book of Sirach, chapter 19 and verse 5. It says, whoso taketh pleasure in wickedness shall be condemned, but he that resisteth pleasures crowneth his life. Now, it's a lot of places you can go with this, but it's really playing upon tables, right? If you take pleasure in wickedness, you are going to be condemned, as in put to death, right? Because the wages of sin is death. It says, he that resisteth pleasures crowneth his life, right? Because we know, like, let's just keep it a whole stack here. It's certain sins that's just pleasurable to the flesh. You know what I'm saying? It just is. But if you resist those pleasures, you will receive a crown in the end, right?
That's a fact, right? This is Hebrews 11 and 24. It says, by faith, when Moses was come to years, refused to be called the son of Pharaoh's daughter, choosing rather to suffer affliction with the people of God than to enjoy the pleasures of sin for a season, right? Moses chose not to enjoy the pleasures of sin and enjoy the pleasures of the flesh, because Moses, he was high up in Egypt, right? He was high up, but he chose rather to go with his people, right? So the reason why we bring these things out is the scriptures say right here, for they that are after the flesh do mind the things of the flesh. You're only looking to what pleases the flesh. Guess what pleases the flesh? Drunkenness. Drunkenness pleases the flesh. Being high out of your mind all day, it pleases your flesh. You go ask a junkie. Go ask somebody that's cracked out. They feel great. They're after the flesh and they mind things after the flesh. They're carnal. They're only dealing with the flesh. It says, but they that are after the spirit do mind the things of the spirit. How do you be after the spirit? Keeping the laws of the Most High. The laws of the Most High will teach you how to deny your flesh. How do you deny your flesh? Right? You got some men who are attracted to other men's wives. The law tell you no, but his flesh is saying yeah. His flesh wants this woman. That's what it wants. His flesh wants this woman. Whether he knows it's wrong or right, his flesh wants this woman. What is he going to do? If his mind is after the flesh, he's going to do it. If he's not studied up in the law of the Most High, he's going to go after this woman and he's going to lay with her. And that's just a carnal act. That's against the Most High. That is not the spirit. It says, but they that are after the spirit do my things of the spirit. You want to say something, Mike?
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, King.
I think it's later on in this. What do it say? to be carnally minded is enmity against God. I believe it says, right?
Yeah, that's verse 7.
Yeah. Okay. So I get.
You good? Nah, that's the spirit. That's the spirit. That's all. You know what I'm saying? That's all. You was right to think that, because Paul thought the same thing. You know what I mean? That is off. That is against the Most High. That is carnal. That is not a spiritual man. A spiritual man is going to deny his flesh. He's going to say, no, I cannot be consumed with drunkenness. I cannot be consumed with so on and so forth. A lot of stuff that's spiritual is against the flesh. It doesn't feel good in the moment. Working out doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good. You're tearing down your body. You're literally torturing your body. But you know what the outcome is. You know it's going to be better for you. The same with denying your flesh. Doesn't feel good all the time. People who are getting out of drugs, that doesn't feel good. Their body starts shutting down. They start itching, scratching. They want it, going into breakouts. But guess what they're doing? Guess what they're doing? They're denying their flesh. Right? It says, but they that are after the spirit do the things of the spirit. They're fasting. They're praying. They're loving their neighbor. They're loving the Most High. They're keeping His high holy days. Right? When everything in this world is carnal. Let's keep reading. Verse 6. For to be carnally minded is death, but to be spiritually minded is life and peace. But that's crazy. It says to be carnally minded is death. What's the wages of sin? Romans 6:23. For the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is the eternal life through Yahushua Mashiach our Lord. If you are unfamiliar with what sin is, right? A lot of people may be in here be like, well, we all know what sin is. That's fine. We may have some newcomers. 1 John 3:4. Whosoever committeth sin transgresseth also the law. For sin is the transgression of the law. If you commit sin, you transgress the law of the Most High. Meaning these right here, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, and whatever Christ came to say as well. Tells you that in the law. So if you transgress the law of the Most High, the payment for that is death. It may not happen immediately, but that's what's going to happen. So guess what? You can also look at the same thing right here. For to be carnally minded is death. To have your mind against the Most High, to have your mind in sin, the payment for that is death from the Most High. If you don't believe me, we can show that. We just did. We just showed it. We showed it in Romans 6. We showed it in Romans 8. I can show you in Hebrews. We can show you in the scriptures, right? For to be carnally minded is death, but to be spiritually minded is life and peace. Life and peace. What does that look like? Let me see. Let me see if I can grab a quick precept. Psalms 119, 165. Great peace have they which love thy law, and nothing shall offend them. See, I'd always go back to the law. Great peace have they which love thy law, and nothing shall offend them. To be spiritually minded is to have your mind on the Most High and His laws, statutes, commandments, and to be obedient unto Him. That's what it is to be spiritually minded. To be carnally minded is to you meditating on. Me and Malachi Mahar talked about this yesterday. Your mind is kind of subdued and shrouded around hating your brother. You listen to NBA Youngboy all day, and all you meditate on is, shit, if I catch up with Buddy, I'm gonna finish him. That's what your mind is wrapped around and warped around because of this world, because this is what the world taught you. Your mind is so wrapped around negativity. It's wrapped around, I'm gonna finish him. It's wrapped around emotions. and it's wrapped around folly and madness. You going around all day meditating on I'm gonna catch a body. The brother better not touch me. Nigga better not look at me this way, that way, blah, 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 this, that, and the third. And you start meditating and you so damn hard. You so damn hard and raw, and you hate your own brother now. And you hate your own people. And if I catch him, I'm gonna finish him, I'm gonna split him, and blah, blah, blah. And you listening to music all day. That's a carnal mind. That's a carnal mind. And we know where the carnal mind will get you. It'll get you to the grave. We've seen it time and time again. This ain't nothing new, right? I heard you, but hold on. This ain't nothing new, right? This is nothing new. Brothers been doing that since the 80s. And guess what? Now, none of these niggas made it. And it ended them up in the grave or in jail for the rest of their life. Go ahead, King.
Man, speaking of that, that's a proverb that doesn't reign true. Right? I'm 25, and I've been hearing that since I was a little kid, and it just doesn't reign true. Like my entire life, I done seen it happen 1,000 times. The street life, it only leads you to two destinations: that's dead or in jail. I'm talking about my parents used to teach us that. Everybody's parents used to teach us that. Not just my parents. You go to your friend's house, they parents will tell you that. The teachers at school used to tell us that, because I went to school in the hood. So I had Jake teachers. They'll tell you that, the counselors, all the elders would tell us that growing up, and it reigned true throughout the generations. Man. But something Officer Mahar he spoke about in the conversation yesterday, is that you are what you eat. And on a spiritual level, if you sitting here consuming all of this negativity, this murder music, this drill music, this, so on and so forth, that's gonna seep into it's gonna put that spirit on you, man. You can try to fight it. You better fight it. But if that's your daily meditation, that's what that's what's gonna be in your subconscious. That's what's gonna be in your mind, right? That's what you sowing in your own mind, right? So be careful what you eating on a spiritual level. Same way you got to be careful what you eating on the physical level.
That's a fact. It's gonna make up your body, right? It's gonna make you up what you are. WFI dropped a powerful precept. It says Sirach 10:6. It says, "Bear not hatred to thy neighbor for every wrong, and do nothing at all by injurious practices." See, that is spiritual minded thinking. That's spiritual minded thinking right there. Carnal mind? Nah, I'm gonna slide on that nigga. That's the carnal mind. I gotta go slide on them, and we gotta go up the pole, and we gotta go do this, and all because you listening and you banging this negative music. Like Mahar and Malachi said, you are what you eat. And if you meditating on that, all that nutrition, the weak value that this nigga culture give you, you're gonna end up becoming that. You're gonna end up becoming that. All because you want to be so hard. You think you're gonna make it out. You think you NBA young boy, and you're gonna beat the case, and I did the race, and so on and so forth. And you stop. You're not the guy. You're not the guy. You're going to jail, or you're going to end up dead, right? Why? Because the carnal mind is death. Why? Verse 7, because the carnal mind is enmity against God, for it is not subject to the law of God, neither indeed can be. Neither indeed can be. The carnal mind cannot be subject to the Most High. How can it? How can you have a mind that's meditating on anger, wrath, hatred, envy, jealousy all day, but yet you think you're going to be subject to the law? That's not how it works, right? I'm not going to plant a watermelon and expect the damn banana to grow, right? Let's all be real here. Let's look at it. Let's look at the works of the flesh, right? Galatians 5:19. Now, the works of the flesh are manifest, which are these: adultery, fornication, uncleanness, lasciviousness, idolatry, witchcraft, hatred, variance, emulation, wrath, strife, seditions, heresies, envyings, murders, drunkenness, revilings, and such alike. How are you going to be subject? How are you going to be subject to the Most High, to the law of the Most High, if your mind is on adultery all day? How are you going to be subject to the law of the Most High if your mind is on uncleanness and lasciviousness all day, and hatred, variance, and wrath, and sedition? How? How are you going to move in the Spirit? How are you going to walk in the Spirit, but your meditation is wickedness all day? That's madness. Hey Malachi, can you share the class to the SOJ chat? Because I forgot to do it. Baba Kashan.
You want me to drop the phone number?
You said what?
You want me to drop the phone number in the comments?
No. Share this live to the SOJ chat. You know how Captain Jeremiah be wanting us to?
Con.
The water. What does it mean to be? It says the carnal mind is enmity against the Most High. What does that mean? Enmity, the state of feeling or being actively opposed or hostile to someone or something. When you go into the old origin of it, it means enemy. You are the enemy. Your carnal mind is an enemy against the Most High God. Why? Why did he say that? Why did Paul say that the carnal mind is an enemy to Most High God? This is something the Christian church won't teach you. They're not gonna go into this. Why is the carnal mind enemy against the Most High God? Because it is not subject to the law of God. If you are not walking in the law, statutes, and commandments, you are an enemy of the Most High. He is not dealing with you. He's not dealing with you. Isaiah 59:1. Behold, the Lord's hand is not shortened that it cannot save, neither his ear heavy that it cannot hear. But your iniquities have separated between you and your God, and your sins have he hid his face from you, that he will not hear. The Most High God is not dealing with the carnal mind. So the Most High is not dealing with the carnal mind. He's dealing with the spiritual mind. He's thinking he's dealing with the people that's meditating on love, joy, peace, loving thy neighbor, the laws of the Most High. How can I right my brother? How can I not wrong my brother? How can I be a better brother? How can I serve the Most High better? How can we keep a better feast day next year? How can we do this? How can we? That's what the Most High is dealing with. He's not dealing with the carnal mind. Verse 8. So then they that are in the flesh cannot please God. Meaning what? If you're not keeping the commandments, if you're carnal minded, if you're not spiritual minded, if your mind's not after the law, you cannot please God. It's not happening. It's not happening. The world makes it look good. The world makes it look good. You get your gangster, and then you know he tat on his eyes, fear God, and I only fear God, and they make it look great. They make it look damn good, but he does not please the Most High. He doesn't. He doesn't. Right? Verse 9. But ye are not in the flesh, but in the Spirit, if so be that the Spirit of God dwell in you. Now, if any man have not the Spirit of Christ, he is none of his. How can you say you have the Spirit of the Most High or have the Spirit of Christ and you walk around with hatred in your heart for your brother? How? How can you walk around and honestly say, I'm walking in the Spirit, but you hate your brother? That's off. That's madness, right? That is off. That's madness, and that's wickedness, right? I want to jump down because I do want to get into this Hanukkah real quick. Let's jump down. Man, I didn't know this was that big. Let me see. I'm looking for something specific. Romans 8:13. Boom. For if ye live after the flesh, ye shall die. But if ye through the Spirit do mortify the deeds of the body, ye shall live. You got to mortify these things. You have to mortify these things. What does that look like? Let's go to Colossians 3:5. Let's see what it's talking about. This is a perfect precept. Colossians 3:5. Mortify therefore your members which are upon the earth. Fornication, uncleanness, inordinate affection, evil concupiscence, and covetousness, which is idolatry. For which things sake the wrath of God cometh on the children of disobedience. This is what Paul's talking about when he says mortify your body, mortify your deeds. Cut these things off, kill these things. Kill the old man. Put away the old man and his deeds. That's what Paul is talking about, right? So we're going to stop sharing the screen on this one, and we're finna get right back to where we was at with the Maccabees. All praises. Let's go. Let's go. This is going to be good. I can feel it. I can feel it, man. It's going to be good.
Let's go.
Let's do it, right? Let me know if y'all can hear it. Let me know.
The first year of his rule, supported Jason's coup against Ananias III, was preoccupied.
Let's get into it, man.
Come on.
Symbol of King Antiochus's power.
What's he?
Come on. Oh my God. Hey, bro. Come on, Maccabees. All praises.
I ain't saying that, Mike.
Jeez Louise, man.
What was that? What was that, bro?
Oh.
Come on, man.
Hey, man, I ain't say nothing. You ain't say nothing. All praises.
I can't deal with Malachi, man.
I'm going on mute. All right?
Deal with Malachi, man. This brother off, man. The Lord not dealing with you. The Lord not dealing with you, bro. That's all. That's all. That's all. You off. We good. We back in it. We back in it. No sweat. We back in it. Let's get back into this Maccabees. Let's knock it down. You know what I'm saying? It's easy.
Rather than leaving good enough alone, Antiochus began to actively exterminate Judaism, forbidding the people of Judea from observing the Sabbath, circumcising their sons, or performing other rituals. He had the Holy Temple in Jerusalem converted into a temple of Zeus, within which he personally spilled the blood of a pig, a deeply sacrilegious ritual to the Judaic faith. The king declared that the Jewish people should begin worshipping the Greek gods. Hellenized Jews accept.
I know we already went over this and touched on this last time. But I'm not touching on it, but I'm just letting it kind of play through for right now until we get to where we at.
These changes, but many others did not, resolving instead to fight. It is here that the Maccabees enter our story. Our story now shifts to the small Judean town of Modin, where a local priest, Mattathias, and his 5 sons lived. They belonged to the relatively minor Hasmonean family and were deeply Orthodox Jews who had remained true to every tenet of their religion, even as their countrymen became increasingly assimilated into Greek culture. Sometime in 167 BC, a Seleucid official arrived in Modin and compelled the townsfolk to offer a sacrifice to the Greek gods. Mattathias refused to make this offering, and another one of the townsfolk, a Hellenized Jew, stepped forth to do so in his place. Flying into a rage, Mattathias drew his knife and murdered his countrymen before he could perform the ritual.
So let's see what this is let's see what this is going into. Right? Let's see what that's going into. First Maccabees, because Buddy came and was talking about, make an offering and make a sacrifice to our God. Right? Mattathias and the Achaean, they on the scene. Like, hell no, we're not doing that. We're not doing that, right? So let's see what this account is, right? First Maccabees 1, and I'm gonna start at 17. It says, then answered the king's offer. All right. Then answered the king's officers and said to Mattathias on this wise, thou art a ruler and an honorable and great man in this city, and strengthened with sons and brethren. Now therefore come thou first and fulfill the king's commandment, like all as the heathen have done, yea, and the men of Judea and Judah also, and such as remain at Jerusalem, so shalt thou and thy house be in the number of the king's friends. And thou and thy children shall be honored with silver and gold and many rewards. So the king's officer is saying, offer up this sacrifice. Do as the king commands. So on and so forth. You do that, you're gonna be gifted many rewards. You're gonna kind of sit on high. This is what he wants. These are things that's pleasing to the flesh, right? Verse 19. Then Mattathias answered and spake with a loud voice, though all the nations that are under the king's dominion obey him, and fall away every one from the religion of their fathers, and give consent to his commandments. Yet will I and my sons and my brethren walk in the covenant of our fathers. This is how hard Mattathias was. Nah, we're going to walk in the covenant of our fathers. It says, God forbid that we should forsake the law and the ordinance. We will not hearken to the king's words to go from our religion either on the right hand or the left. Maccabees, they wasn't getting down with this. Not with Mattathias. Now with Mattathias on the scene, not happening, bro. Sorry. No, they're not. Right? This is the detailed stuff that these guys not going into in the video. But we got the details right here. Right? Verse 23. Now when he had left speaking these words, there came one of the Jews in the sight of all to sacrifice on the altar, which was at Modin, according to the king's commandment. So you got this brother, most likely a coon Jake, nigga, kind of just walking out. Hey, I'll do it. I don't mind. I kind of like, the Greeks. I'm kind of a fan of Antiochus. I don't mind. He was already ready to give up the Most High. Right? He was already ready to do it. Verse 24. Which thing, when Mattathias saw, he was inflamed with zeal, and his reins trembled. Neither could he forbear to show his anger according to judgment. He couldn't wait for judgment. This needs to happen now. Wherefore he ran and slew him upon the altar. He slew him upon the altar. Mattathias wasn't dealing with that. You ready to give up the Most High right here, right now? Don't worry about it. I'll handle this, right? Verse 25. Also, the king's commissioner who compelled men to sacrifice, he killed at that time, and the altar he pulled down. Mattathias was going through. He was a keeper of the law. That's what it say. You see, man, idolatry, they should be put to death. Verse 26, thus dealt he zealously for the law of God, like as Phineas did unto Zambri, the son of Salom. If you don't know this account, go read this account. I believe it's in Numbers, right? Where Phineas, some people, it might be Numbers 5, actually. Nah, that's not number 5. Let me go check. I don't know if I got it on me right now. Because Numbers 5 is going over some prayers. Not prayers. Anyways, I believe it's in Numbers, right? And somebody had brought a heathen near the tabernacle. And Phineas wasn't dealing with that. Phineas wasn't dealing with that. So what did Phineas do? Went up and slayed the man and the woman, right? Numbers 1:51. And when the tabernacle set it forth, the Levites shall take it down. And when the tabernacle is be pitched, the Levites shall set it up. And the stranger that cometh nigh shall be put to death. Phineas understood that. And so he put to death the stranger that came near it. Mattathias was moving in the same spirit and the same zeal as our forefather Phineas was, right? Let's get back to the video.
The priest then cut down the Seleucid official as well and destroyed the pagan altar for good measure. Knowing they would be branded outlaws, Mattathias and his 5 sons fled into the nearby hills, followed by many like-minded Orthodox Jews known as the Hasidim. From there, the fight had begun. While Mattathias died sometime in 166 BC from causes unknown, he would be succeeded by his 3rd son, Judah, a dynamic young commander who, through a mixture of ferocity, ruthlessness, and bravery, would come to be known as Maccabeus, a word deriving from the Aramaic Makkaba, the hammer.
So real quick, something that it mentions before they fled, 1 Maccabees 2:27, it says, and Mattathias cried throughout the city with a loud voice, saying, whosoever is zealous of the law and maintaineth the covenant, let him follow me. So he and his sons fled into the mountains and left all that they ever had in the city. They gave up their possessions. They gave up their former life. They gave up their former status in Jerusalem, and they fled. They gave that up because they did not want to get down with what the Greeks was bringing. They couldn't get down with it. That's why they said, whosoever is zealous of the law and maintaineth the covenant, let him follow me. Mattathias was a great leader and a great warrior. And the one to come up after him is his son, right? Judas Maccabee. Let's keep reading. Keep watching.
At the early stages, the rebellion was not a struggle between Jews and Greeks, but a civil conflict between pro- and anti-Hellenic Jews. The Maccabees began their movement with a terror campaign, launching lightning raids upon predominantly Jewish towns. They killed many of their own countrymen who they considered too Greek, burning down their homes and destroying the pagan altars where they worshipped. Most notably, they rounded up the sons of Hellenized Jews and had them forcefully circumcised. The message was simple: Greek culture was to be purged from Judea. Before long, the Maccabees had earned the attention of the military governor Apollonius, who resolved to crush the rebels before they could sow any more chaos. In 167 BC, After gathering a local army of around 2,000 men in Samaria, Apollonius marched south to the Gophna Hills, where it was said that the elusive Judah was hiding out. Here, the Maccabees proved they were capable of more than just murdering civilians and burning altars. Knowing they were outnumbered and out-equipped, Judah deliberately lured the enemy army deep into his native territory, where the hilly terrain made it impossible for the Seleucids to form up into their Macedonian phalanx. With only 600 men, the Maccabees surrounded and ambushed the Seleucid forces just outside the town of Wadi Haramir, routing them off the field. Apollonius was killed in the fighting, and Judah claimed the fallen commander's sword, wielding it as a symbol that his rebellion had been blessed by God. The Maccabees followed up their victory with another.
This is how the Maccabees was getting down. This is how cold they were. Right? Good at war. Smart, wise men. Sons of Mattathias. Right? We're gonna read this account that he just went over with Apollonius. Because if you don't know, Maccabees is difficult to read. This is kind of why we go over this in such great detail. Maccabees is a little bit difficult to read. There's a lot of names, kind of mixed up everywhere. Certain things that take place in Maccabees 1 are a little earlier or a little later than certain things that take place in 2nd Maccabees. It's a little hard to understand, so this is why we go over these things, right? To help out. But ultimately, it's up to you to go in and to read it yourself. But 1 Maccabees chapter 3, verse 1, then his son Judas, called Maccabeus, rose up in his stead. He went over that, right? And all his brethren helped him, and so did all they that held with his father, and they fought with cheerfulness the battle of Israel. So he got his people great honor and put on a breastplate as a giant, and girt his warlike harness about him, and he made battles protecting the host with his sword. In his acts he was like a lion, and like a lion's whelp roaring for his prey. For he pursued the wicked and sought them out, and burnt those that vexed his people. Wherefore the wicked shrunk for fear of him, and all the workers of iniquity were troubled, because salvation prospered in his hand. This is what Judas was about. This is what we need more of. This is what we need. People who are not going for the wicked. The wicked shrunk in fear of him. Like, nah, man, we can't do that. We seen doing that, man. You know, Judas gonna come get us. And he's burning up towns. He's circumcising people. Judas is getting down through there, making quick work, right? It says he grieved also many kings and made Jacob glad with his acts, and his memorial is blessed forever. Moreover, he went through the cities of Judah, destroying the ungodly out of them, and turning away wrath from Israel, so that he was renowned unto the utmost part of the earth. He received unto him such as were ready to perish. Then Apollonius gathered the Gentiles together in a great host out of Samaria to fight against Israel. So that was that Edomite that we was just looking at, Apollonius, right? He thought he could come up against Judas Maccabees, as did a lot of people, right? But it's not going to go how you think, right? It's not going to go how you think. Let's keep reading. It says, then Apollonius gathered the Gentiles together, verse 10, in a great host out of Samaria to fight against Israel. Which thing, when Judas perceived, he went forth to meet him. And so he smote him and slew him. Many also fell down slain, but the rest fled. Wherefore Judas took their spoils, and Apollonius' sword also, and therewith he fought all his life long. Just like he said, he thought it was a blessing from the Most High. Like, nah, you know, this was a blessing. This is the sword that the Most High gave me. And he used it for the rest of his life. I'm going to keep reading because some good information in there. Verse 13. Now when Sarin, a prince of the army of Syria, heard say that Judas had gathered unto him a multitude in the company of the faithful to go out with him to war, he said, I will get me a name and honor in the kingdom, for I will go fight with Judas and them that are with him, who despise the king's commandment. So he made him ready to go up, and there went with him a mighty host of the ungodly to help him, and to be avenged of the children of Israel. So you got this guy. You got Saren, right? He said, I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna make me a mighty name. Right? Go get me a name. Let's see what happens. Verse 16, and when he came near to going up of Beth Horon, Judas went forth to meet him with a small company, who when they saw the host coming to meet them, said unto Judas, how shall we be able, being so few, to fight against so great a multitude and so strong, seeing we are ready to faint with fasting all this day? So, Judas' company, go ahead.
I'll help out with some of the reading because I know Maccabees got good beefy chapters. If you sub me in.
The water. We definitely ain't finna read this whole chapter, my boy. But this chapter is sturdy in the mug. But Judas men, like, we've been fasting all the day long, and we a small company. How are we gonna do this? Let's read what Judas says. Let's read what kind of man, what kind of leader, what kind of warrior he was, right? Verse 18. Unto whom Judas answered, it is no hard matter for many to be shut up in the hands of a few. He said it's not a hard matter for a couple hundred to kill a couple thousand. It says, and with the God of heaven, it is all one to deliver with a great multitude or a small company. For the victory of battle standeth not in the multitude of an host, but strength cometh from heaven. Judas knew this. He said, victory of the battle standeth not in the multitude of an host, but strength cometh from heaven. This is how good of a leader he was. He was so good of a leader. He took the heart of a few faint men and turned them into warriors. This is what you got to do if you're a leader. You have to turn doubt. Nah, not doubting. This is a sure thing, right? I believe it says something like that in the Proverbs. Let me see if I can find it. I don't know if it might be going. I don't know the word specifically. Let me see. Bear with me. Let me find this precept. Can't find it right now, but it's basically uttering the same sentiments as this in Maccabees, right? People trust in horses and chariots, but that's not what's going to ultimately deliver you at the end of the day, right? Just like he said, victory don't stand. You see, victory of battle standeth not in the multitude of an host, but strength cometh from heaven. Judas understood this, right? Judas understood this. And he was such a great leader that he could get his people back into the right mind. He can get his people into a fighting mindset. And you got to be able to do that. You got to be able to inspire people to want to fight for you, right? To fight for the Most High. Let's keep watching.
Another in 166 BC, ambushing an army of 4,000 Seleucids led by Seron at the Beth Horon mountain pass. These two victories would set the theme for much of the revolt. in which smaller, poorly armed contingents of Maccabean warriors would utilize terrain-based guerrilla warfare to consistently outwit the well-armed Seleucid armies that outnumbered them greatly. Later that year, Antiochus IV was forced to take the bulk of his armies eastwards to deal with a Parthian invasion, putting the local governor of Syria, Lysias, in charge of quashing the growing Jewish revolt with limited resources. Despite
Wrong thing.
this, Lysias managed to field a significantly large army of some 10,000 professional Macedonian-trained soldiers. He put 2 experienced commanders, Gorgias and Nicator, in charge of this force and
Shalom, Montrez, all praises.
sent it into Judea. The Hellenes set up an entrenched camp at the town of Emmaus, while Maccabeus responded by leading around 3,000 Jewish warriors to the adjacent town of Mizpah, where they fasted and prayed to God to deliver them victory in the battle to come. In the days that followed, some of the local anti-Maccabean Jews informed the Seleucid commanders where Judah had set up his base. Seizing the opportunity to catch his enemy flat-footed, Gorgias rallied some 5,000 infantry and 1,000 cavalry and marched for Mizpah. However, his heavily armored Argyraspides were slow and cumbersome, and their presence was soon picked up on by Maccabean scouts. Rather than face Gorgias's force head-on, Judah decided rather ingeniously to abandon his camp, taking advantage of his army's speed and maneuverability to skirt around the expeditionary force and strike instead at their now more sparsely populated camp at Emmaus. Taken by surprise, the reserve force.
Want to say something,
Uh, hit the move on them, man. Stop playing. Hey, that was fly right there.
Yeah, that's what's dope about this page, right? They'll show you in depth not in depth, but they'll show you what's going on the battlefield, right? Because we can only read it, and it is a lot of stuff to read, right? This chapter is going over a lot of what he's talking about, but it's got 60 verses. This is why we're watching this, right? We just trying to get into the spirit. You know what I'm saying? Getting to the spirit of Hanukkah is coming up in December, right? We preparing for it. So this is what we're doing. You got plenty of time. Crack open Maccabees and get the reading and get the understanding of it and to know what it's going into and the details and so on and so forth, right? You get to watch the video like, damn, I wonder how this battle look. Go here. Take a look at the battle, right? Let's keep watching.
Forces in Emmaus were either slaughtered or routed, and their supplies looted or burned. After failing to find any rebels in Mizpah or the surrounding hinterlands, Gorgias returned to his camp, only to find it aflame. Seeing this, the morale of his army was crushed, and they fled for the coast. Reeling from yet another decisive defeat, the high priest Menelaus in Jerusalem, with the support of Lysias, attempted to bring Judah and his cohort to the bargaining table, offering to repeal some of the more egregious anti-Judaism laws of Antiochus. However, these negotiations failed, for the Maccabees would accept nothing less than the total eradication of Hellenization in Judea.
They trying to negotiate. And Judas and them like, damn, negotiation. No. All right, guys, all right. We'll let you keep the Sabbath day, but you still got to sacrifice to, our gods, and, you got to call yourselves Greeks, and you can circumcise. Damn negotiation. All right, go ahead, King.
Hey, it said they was trying to exterminate Greek fashions out of the whole land, and I'm down for that. That's what I'm on. But look, I want to point out how with a small host, with a small army, how he was able to, he just beat on a bigger army. Just simply put the beats on them, right? Outthought them. Use wisdom. But it's the law right here. It's the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28 and verse 7. The Lord shall cause thine enemies that rise up against thee to be smitten before thy face. they shall come out against thee one way and flee before thee 7 ways. So the Lord, man, that ain't even really what I wanted. It says something more along the lines of one of you shall put like 10 to flight, something along. You know what I'm getting at?
That what'd you just read?
I just read Deuteronomy 28 and
Go to Leviticus 26.
I think that's where it's at. It's key, man, because this is our law. This is the truth. This is what Yahweh said. All right. Leviticus 26 and let me see. Yep, the book of Leviticus chapter 26 and verse 7. And ye shall chase your enemies, and they shall fall before you by the sword. And 5 of you shall chase 100, and 100 of you shall put 10,000 to flight, and your enemies shall fall before you by the sword. So that's what we just witnessed, right? This is recorded in secular history. This ain't something we just believe. This is something we know. This is something everybody in the world on earth acknowledges as true, a true historical account, man. The Maccabees put greater armies than themselves to flight, man. They came back and seen their camp was burning. They like, hell no. Well, they went back to base. Like, we ain't fighting these guys. They tripping, man.
Hey, let's
They
negotiate.
couldn't deal with them. Let's negotiate, man. Let's talk about this.
Yeah. That's a real thing. If you don't think it's real, go look up Hasmonean dynasty. Right? You said the Hasmonean dynasty was a ruling dynasty of Judea and the surrounding regions during the Hellenistic times of the Second Temple period. Led by who? The Maccabees. The Hasmonean dynasty. You don't gotta believe the Bible, but it's damn show history. Hey, go look into it, right? Let's continue.
Judea. By 164 BC, Governor Lysias had taken it upon himself to assemble and lead an army of some 20,000 men in Antioch, leading them south through Idumea and the valleys east of Gaza to a town called Beth-Zur, where he encamped his army in the local fortified citadel, hoping to strike at the Maccabees' southern flank. By this point, Judah Maccabeus had some 10,000 men under his command, his numbers having swelled as the reputation of his victories grew. Nevertheless, he was still outnumbered and outgunned by Lysias' army, so he stuck to tried and true tested methods to best his foe. Historical sources are vague on how the Battle of Beth-Zur played out, but it seems evident that the Maccabees spent the next few months harassing the Seleucids through hit-and-run tactics, striking at foraging parties, patrols, and any platoon of Syrian Greeks unfortunate enough to be caught outside the town citadel.
They catching them lacking, man. That's what's going on. They catching them lacking. Let me see.
Salakia. You know these people had to be terrified. You hear about Judas Maccabees running around with his small army terrorizing everybody. He not losing. They saying God is with him. Oh my God.
No.
The same. No. The God of Israel. Yeah. They don't stand a chance, man.
Yep. You can read a lot of this, a lot of what he's going over in First Maccabees 3 and First Maccabees 4. And by the way, you're also going to be able to read a lot of this stuff, the same account, just a different detail in Second Maccabees as well. That's what I'm saying. Maccabees is a little bit difficult to understand. But they catching them. Hey, all right, cool. You got more people. Great. Right? We just gonna, do some hit and run tactics. We catch Buddy outside slipping, yeah, go take him out, man. And then just kind of get back. We're gonna dwindle your numbers slowly but surely. We ain't going out like that. We dealing with wisdom. We not fools. A fool would be like, all right, cool, let's go head up. Let's do it. F it. Nah. We getting down with guerrilla warfare tactics. Hey man, you see the man down there? Yeah, let's go jump him real quick. Let's go get him real quick. And then, shake the spot. This wasn't all for vanity and vain glory. No, this was for our people, to protect our people and our customs. Right? Let's keep watching.
This was never enough to earn a decisive victory, but it was enough to keep Lysias and his army consistently on the back foot. The status quo changed in late autumn, when in the Far East, the Seleucid Epiphanes contracted disease while campaigning against the Parthians and died.
That nigga didn't contract the damn random ass disease. The Lord plagued his ass. That's what. Hold on. Let's go back. Let's see. Antiochus.
The status quo changed in late autumn, when in the Far East, the Seleucid Epiphanes contracted disease while campaigning against the Parthians and died.
No, he didn't contract a damn thing. The Most High plagued his ass. That's all that happened, right? Let me see if I can find the account. Let me see if I can find the account. We may end it right there, because this whole account within itself is beautiful. The death of Antiochus, man, is beautiful. Yeah, 2 Maccabees chapter 9. Let me see if I can find the boom. 2 Maccabees chapter 9 and verse 5. It says, "But the Lord Almighty, the God of Israel, smote him with an incurable and invisible plague. For as soon as he had spoken these words, a pain of the bowels that was remediless came upon him, and sore torments of the inner parts." We probably gonna stop right there. Look, brother came in here. We probably gonna stop right there because of how nasty the whole breakdown of Antiochus Epiphanes contracting this incurable and invisible disease is. Let's look it up. Antiochus, if I can spell it right, bear with me.
Hey, that's convenient that kings in general don't want to put out this disease came from the Most High.
Yeah, I don't want to speak on that one. Let me see. This might be it. Look. There you go. There you go, right here. Okay, I ain't gonna do all that. Boom. Y'all see him? Well, he on the ground, and look at that. What's that coming out his mouth? What is that? Everybody kind of what's going on? What's going on with Antiochus, man? The Most High plagued his ass. He plagued his ass. Look at the guard. Look at the goddamn. What's going on? What happened? That's what we're gonna get into next time. Oh, it's so sweet. I love it. Go ahead, Malachi. If you wanted to bring something out.
Lord turned his ass into a jellyfish on the beach.
He turned him to a slug with salt on him. He was toast. He was toast. Next weekend or next time we do a video, because it don't got to be in the weekend, but next time we do a video, we going over 2 Maccabees chapter 9. Just this part right here, this little second requires a whole part 3 of Hanukkah. He contracted a disease and he died. Say what happened. The Lord got his ass. That's historically accurate. The Lord got a hold of Antiochus. We're going over Antiochus, right? We may touch on a little bit of Daniel because Daniel talk about Antiochus. Believe it or not, he was a prophet. Be there or be square, right? Y'all got anything? All praises, right? All praises. So with that, I want to give all praises, all glory to the Most High God, Yahweh, Ba'ashem, Hamashiach, Yahushua. And I want to say Shalom.
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 All right. I'm going to go ahead and open up 1 First and foremost, want to give all praises, all honor, and all glory to the Most High God, Yahweh, by Hashem HaMashiach Yahushua. Right? We were watching the video last Sabbath, right? The kings and generals going over Hanukkah, right? And in that very last part that we watched, it said that Antiochus Epiphanes had died. They didn't go over his death. They just brushed over it real quick and said he had died. And so that's where we're at this week. Most likely we're not gonna watch that video today. Probably continue it next weekend. But we're gonna recap some things that happened with the prophecy that was given to us in Daniel. And then we're gonna go into Antiochus' death. Right? We're gonna go into Antiochus' death. How did he die? What did it look like? So on and so forth, right? So I'm gonna get into some of the prophecy recapping, what we already learned, what we already know, right? This is Daniel chapter 8 and verse 1. In the 3rd year of the reign of King Belshazzar, a vision appeared unto me, even unto me, Daniel, after that which appeared unto me at the first. It says, and I saw in a vision, and it came to pass when I saw that I was at Shushan in the palace, which is in the province of Elam. And it says, and I saw in a vision, and I was by the river of Ulai. Then I lifted up mine eyes and saw, and behold, there stood before the river a ram which had 2 horns. And the 2 horns were high, but one was higher than the other, and the higher came up last. So just so we're all on one accord while we're reading this, the ram which had 2 horns was the Persians and the Medes, right? And the one that rose up higher, the Persians had more dominion in their reign than the Medes. They were more stronger. They had more dominion. They were the leaders, right? So the ram is the Persian and the Medes. Verse 4, it says, I saw the ram pushing westward and northward and southward, so that no beast might stand before him. Neither was there any that could deliver out of his hand, but he did according to his will and became great. And as I was considering, behold, an he-goat came from the west on the face of the whole earth, and touched not the ground, and the goat had a notable horn between his eyes. Shalom Shawab, Shalom Walina, all praises. So this goat that touched not the ground is the Grecians, and the horn between his eyes is Alexander the Great. The reason why he didn't touch the ground, because Alexander the Great conquered nations very speedily, right? Let me see how long it took for Alexander to conquer the known world. Let's see. How long did it take Alexander to conquer the known world? Right here. It says a great conqueror. In 13 short years, he amassed the largest empire in the entire ancient world. An empire that covered 3,000 miles, and he did this without the benefit of modern technology and weaponry. In his day, troop movements were primarily on foot and communications were face-to-face. So, Alexander the Great, he did this on feet. He didn't have planes, right? They didn't have military things that we got nowadays. They didn't have guns. He did this with spear, shield, sword, and some horses. So this is why I say that he touched not the ground, because he was moving so fast, and he conquered the known world in 13 short years, right? Wars generally last last upwards of 4, 5, 6, 7, some of them 10, you know, with one nation. But no, he conquered the world, right? Hotness 144K, Shalom. That's why he touched not the ground. Verse 6, it says, and he came to the ram that had 2 horns, which I had seen standing before the river, and ran unto him in fury of his power. And I saw him come close unto the ram, and he was moved with choler against him, and smote the ram, and brake his 2 horns. And there was no power in the ram to stand before him, but he cast him down to the ground and stamped upon him, and there was none that could deliver the ram out of his hand. So there was none that could deliver the Persians and Medes from Alexander the Great and the Grecians. There was nothing that could happen, right? We read about that. We went over that in First Maccabees chapter 1. And if you don't believe this to be true, go look at the history. Go look at the history, right? Alexander conquering the Persians and the Medes. This is common history. This was known history. We're not making this up, right? But this is the vision that Daniel has seen way back when he was at Babylon. Persians and Medes didn't even hit the scene yet. He was still in Babylon, right? The Achaemenid Empire wasn't around yet. They were still out trying to conquer lands. But Daniel seen this in Babylon, right? Verse 8, it says, therefore the he-goat waxed very great, and when he was strong, the great horn was broken, and for it came up 4 notable ones toward the 4 winds of heaven. We went over this last time. The 4 notable ones are the Diadochi, right? Diadochi or the Diadochi, however you want to pronounce it, right? The Diadochi consisted of 4. It consisted of an amalgamation of men, right? But let's see, 4 prominent men, right? You got, let's see, the chief ones that I know, right, is Ptolemy. I know Seleucus, Lysimachus, and then the 4th one should be Cassander, right? Let me see if I can spell his name. Cassander Diadochi, right? Boom. Who's the most legitimate Diadochi? The most notable Diadochi included Ptolemy, Antigonus, Cassander, and Seleucus, right? And I believe Antigonus could also be going for Lysimachus as well. Also, Malachi and Mahar, if y'all want to add, just unmute and say Salakia, and then I get to you because I'm looking at something. I'm not going to be able to see y'all that much, just so y'all know. Shalom. So the Diadochi came up right after Alexander the Great. Diadochi means the successors, right? 4 notable ones toward the 4 winds of heaven. The 4 winds of heaven meaning they spread about throughout the earth, and they all divided up lands amongst themselves, right? I was watching a video with kings and generals, and they were going over how the Diadochi often argued about who would be the successor of Alexander. Some wanted Alexander's son, but I believe he was disabled in some type of way. Some wanted Alexander's cousin. Some wanted his nephew. Some men wanted the power for themselves. Other men wanted the power for themselves, and it led to a great war amongst them, right? It's called the Wars of the Diadochi, I believe. Verse 9, it says, and out of one of them came forth a little horn, which waxed exceeding great towards the south and towards the east and toward the pleasant land. And it waxed great even to the host of heaven. And it cast down some of the host and of the stars to the ground and stamped upon them. For this, you got to do a little bit of research. You got to do a little bit of research. It says, out of one of them came forth a little horn, which waxed exceeding great. Now you got to go into the research and see who it's talking about, right? Luckily, we already did the research. It's Antiochus Epiphanes. Antiochus Epiphanes comes out of the Seleucid Empire, right? He comes out of the Seleucid Empire right here, Antiochus. Antiochus Epiphanes was a Greek Hellenistic king who ruled the Seleucid Empire from 175 BC until his death in 164 BC. Right? This is the guy. Let's continue reading. Mind you, we're going over the stuff that we're kind of going, through a crash course of this prophecy over stuff that we already touched until we get to the, the chief stuff with Antiochus, right? I'm gonna read verse 9 again. It says, and out of one of them came forth a little horn, which waxed exceeding great toward the south and toward the east and towards the pleasant land. The pleasant land is talking about our land. It's talking about Jerusalem, right? Where our people are at. It said, and it waxed great even to the host of heaven, and it cast down some of the host and of the stars to the ground and stamped upon them. Who is the host of heaven representing? That's talking about the Israelites, right? It says, yea, he magnified himself even to the prince of the host, and by him the daily sacrifice was taken away, and the place of his sanctuary was cast down. We read about this last week, right? About how he took down our sanctuary, how he put whores in our temple, how he sacrificed a pig in our temple. He did a lot of heinous acts. If you want to do a crash course on that, just read 1 Maccabees chapter 1. It'll tell you all that you need to know, right? Very clearly, very plainly. It'll give you everything that you need to know about what this man did, right? Let's see, verse 12. It says, and an host was given him against the daily sacrifice by reason of transgression, and it cast down the truth to the ground, and it practiced and it prospered. So he implemented in heathenish customs. He implemented in Greek customs in Greek fashions, and that prospered during that time, right? We built the gymnasium. You had our high priest building schools to learn Greek and to learn about Greek mythology instead of building schools to learn about Hebrew, instead of building schools to learn about the law, to learn about Elijah, to learn about King David. We built Greek schools to learn about their chief men, to learn about Alexander, right? To learn about Zeus, to learn about damn Diana. This is what was going on, right? Let's keep reading. Verse 13. Then I heard one saint speaking, and another saint said unto that certain saint which spake, how long shall be the vision concerning the daily sacrifice and the transgression of desolation, to give both to the sanctuary and the host to be trodden underfoot? So remember, this is a vision that Daniel is seeing. So you see one angel, and this angel said this, right? And then verse 14, and he said unto me, 2,300 days, then shall the sanctuary be cleansed. So after 2,300 days, then the sanctuary shall be cleansed, right? Cleansed from what? Cleansed from the pollution that these Greeks came and defiled it, right? Verse 15, and it came to pass when even I, Daniel, had seen the vision and sought for the meaning, then behold, there stood before me as the appearance of a man, and I heard a man's voice between the banks of Ulai, which called and said, Gabriel, make this man to understand the vision. So he came near where I stood, and when he came, I was afraid and fell upon my face. But he said unto me, understand, O son of man, for at that time of the end shall be the vision. Now, as he was speaking with me, I was in a deep sleep on my face towards the ground, but he touched me and set me upright. And he said, behold, I will make thee to know what shall be in the last end of the indignation. For at that time appointed, the end shall be. The ram which thou sawest having two horns are the kings of Media and Persia. So this is where we get when you're reading in the scriptures, you gotta get some context. I already knew the context, right? So the angel is giving him the interpretation of the thing. The ram, which y'all seen with two horns, Media and Persia. And the rough goat is the king of Grecia, and the great horn that is between his eyes is the first king. Now that being broken, whereas four stood up for it, 4 kingdoms shall stand up out of the nations, but not in his power. Meaning what? The Diadochi were going to stand up, but it wasn't going to be with the same power as Alexander. It wasn't going to be with that same might, that same veracity, that same strength. The Lord got rid of Alexander because the Lord needed this to happen, right? Declaring the end from the beginning. Lord took Alexander out of this thing. This was already prophesied. He had no chance of dealing with this, right? He had no, it's already done. I believe even back in the gap, I think it's in Josephus, they said that the Hebrews actually showed Alexander where he was at in the scriptures. And they pulled out the book of Daniel and showed him where he was at. And Alexander actually paid homage, right? Well, let's keep reading. Verse 23. And in that latter time of their kingdom, when the transgressors are come to the full, a king of fierce countenance and understanding dark sentences shall stand up, and his power shall be mighty, but not in his own power, and he shall destroy wonderfully, and shall prosper in practice, and shall destroy the mighty and the holy people. So this is going back into Alexander, right? Fierce countenance, right? Dark sentences. This man was evil. He was the guy that'll go up to you, try to shake your hand, make peace, yet he's got men, killing your family behind you. This is the same guy that set up a snare at our temple. Whenever our people would come up to give a sacrifice, to do anything with our temple, he had men laid round about it, jumping out, killing you. This is what was going on, right? It says, and through his policy also he shall cause craft to prosper in his hand, and he shall magnify himself in his heart, and by peace shall destroy many. He shall also stand up against the prince of princes, but he shall be broken without hand. Whenever me and Mahar first seen this, we was like, what the hell does that mean? What does that mean? He shall be broken without hand. We like, damn, what? That got to mean something. Maybe he didn't die in battle, right? Maybe he didn't die. Maybe he didn't die by another man. I don't know. We kind of trying to figure out what it's talking about. So we kept reading in Maccabees because we knew it was Antiochus. We just didn't, we didn't have everything together. We was trying to figure it out, right? Then we stumbled upon 2 Maccabees chapter 9. 2 Maccabees chapter 9, where this good old heat at, right? Hold on real quick. Let me see something. We stumbled upon 2 Maccabees chapter 9, where it's going into Antiochus himself. This is a whole breakdown over Antiochus, right? A whole nice little breakdown, a whole nice little chapter dealing with Antiochus himself. Because we already got some stuff in First Maccabees. And like I said, it's hard to understand. It's hard to understand this Maccabees because it's jumping in and out of time. It's, the prologue, you'll find the prologue in the middle of the damn book. And it's like, damn, I thought the prologue was supposed to start at the beginning. Nah, not in Maccabees. Not in Maccabees, right? So we are about to get into it. Malachi, do you mind reading for me?
Of course not. Second Maccabees 9:1.
Yes, sir.
It's the book of Second Maccabees chapter 9 and verse 1. Give everybody some time to get there, you feel? It says, about that time came Antiochus with dishonor out of the country of Persia, For he had entered the city called Persepolis, and went about to rob the temple and to hold the city. Whereupon the multitude running to defend themselves with their weapons put them to flight. And so it happened that Antiochus, being put to flight of the inhabitants, returned with shame. Mm. Now, when he came to Ecbatane, news was brought him what had happened unto Nicanor and Timotheus.
So real quick,
Then
Antiochus had thought to go to Persia and to conquer Persepolis, but he was put to flight. He was put to flight, and mind you, the scriptures kept saying that he was a prideful man. He was a prideful man. This isn't something that a prideful man want to go through. Right? We're gonna see his pride here in a second, but he was put to flight, and he had to return with his head hanging down. Right now, we're gonna see how he's gonna. Let's see what kind of bully this guy is. Right? Let's keep reading.
Verse 4. Then swelling with anger, he thought to avenge upon the Jews the disgrace done unto him by those that made him flee. Therefore commanded he his chariotmen to drive without ceasing, and to dispatch the journey, the judgment of God now following him. For he had spoken proudly in this sort, that he would come to Jerusalem and make it a common burying place of the Jews.
So this is what happened. He thought to take vengeance upon the Jews because of the disgrace done to him. Jews had nothing to do with that. We ain't had nothing to do with that. But nah, he kind of came back and spoke proudly and said, I'm gonna make this a common burying place of the Jews. He got his ass kicked over there, so he gotta come bully somebody over here. But he didn't understand that the judgment of God was now following him. The Most High on his ass. The judgment of God is now following after Antiochus Epiphanes, right? Let's keep reading. Verse 5.
It says, but the Lord Almighty, the God of Israel, smote him with an incurable and invisible plague. For as soon as he had spoken these words, a pain of the bowels that was remediless, came upon him, and sore torments of the inner parts.
So the Lord had put something on him to where it was invisible and incurable. And the pain of the bowels was remediless. And there were sore torments in his inner parts. Right? This is something that the wise men in the land couldn't heal. This is something that your apothecary couldn't heal. This is something that your herbalist couldn't heal. You couldn't send a man to come and heal this. You couldn't pray for this to go away. You couldn't fast for this to go away. This was just the judgment of the Lord upon this man, Antiochus. I'm sure he went to the doctor. They kind of looking at him, and the doctor like, ain't nothing wrong. I don't see nothing. Ain't nothing wrong. I'm checking. I mean, I don't see. It's nothing we can do, sir. And he's kind of just like, and his inner parts are just being tormented. And he go back home and he got to lay down with these pains. But why did the Lord do him like this? Read verse 6.
Verse 6. And that most justly, for he had tormented other men's bowels with many and strange torments.
With many and strange torments. I believe when you go into latter second Maccabees, you read about a woman who lost her sons. And he had tormented their sons. This man he was known for tormenting people. And he tormented men in their bowels. So guess what the Lord did? The Lord gave him a just judgment. You like to torment men in their stomachs and their bowels? Okay. Go ahead and take it. You reap what you sow. Go ahead. Here, enjoy. Go ahead, King.
This is Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 12 and verse 23. Wherefore, whereas men have lived dissolutely and unrighteously, thou hast tormented them with their own abominations. So this scripture teach you that the Most High got a funny way of doing stuff. The things that people will do to people to torment them, he will use those same things for their ass. And the Most High, he get down like that.
That's a fact. That's a fact. The Most High God, the scriptures say he liketh his judgment unto a ring. If you look at a ring what? It goes around. You reap what you sow, right? Soldier Malachi, let's keep reading.
It says, verse 7, howbeit he nothing at all ceased from his bragging, but still was filled with pride, breathing out fire in his rage against the Jews, and commanding to haste the journey. But it came to pass that he fell down from his chariot, carried violently, so that having a sore fall, all the members of his body were much pained.
So he didn't cease from his bragging. He was still filled with pride, and his rage increased towards the Israelites. Now he's trying to hurry up. Let's go. Let's hurry up and get there so I can kill them. I'm gonna kill all of them. You got to imagine this is the pride of Esau we're talking about. You can imagine the cursing, the rage, the spitting, the violence that he's saying and thinking and telling his soldiers what he's going to do. And now he's trying to hasten, and he's riding a chariot, he's riding a horse, and he may have come, he may have come upon a tight corner, anything, fell off his horse, and now, now he on the ground with an incurable disease, and you just failed. Now his whole body is in pain. Now his whole body is in pain, and justly. Go ahead, King.
I gotta just add this, you know what I'm saying? You know how angry it makes you when you're already angry and then something like that happens? Oh my God. Just imagine how upset this man was. He got the incurable disease and he fall out of the chariot. He really ready to go do a number on these people, man. He really ready to go do a number on us.
That's a fact. That was a good point. You already pissed off, and then that happened. You're just like, probably yelling out, curse it all. He's upset. And the funny thing is, he's still prideful. He's still in his pride. He's still caught up. Still caught up. And that's one of the things the Most High hates. A prideful look. And the other thing the Most High hates is Esau. So he got a double whammy, right? Let's keep reading.
Yeah. It's like, if something like this, I wouldn't be in a situation, but a similar situation where I thought myself being upset. Then I just get thrown out of the chariot and I'm on the ground. You can be upset. I'm gonna just humble down. Like, you know what? Let me repent. I don't know what I did. I don't know, man. But God, man,
it's not working.
I'm getting cooked out here, man.
Yeah.
Let me chill out.
About his pride, man. His pride is crazy. And I gotta grab that Daniel once we get down there a little bit more, because y'all gotta understand how much pride is on him. The scripture in Galatians where it says, the spirit is contrary to the flesh. The boy just has so much pride, and he was just so carnal, bro. He can't even get to no point like that. He's not gonna get there, bro.
Mm-hmm.
The Lord throw me out of chariot, bro. I'm gonna just take a moment to reflect, man.
You kind of just got to look at the heavens. You know what your granddad used to say? Why, Lord? Why?
Oh God. I'm gonna beseech, man. I'm gonna inquire.
Let's read this next verse.
Yes, sir. Verse 8. And thus he that a little afore thought he might command the waves of the sea, so proud was he beyond the condition of man, and weigh the high mountains in a balance, was now cast on the ground and carried in an horse litter, showing forth unto all the manifest power of God.
So it says, and thus he that a little afore thought he might command the waves of the sea. This is the pride he was dealing with. He thought he could command. He kind of sitting out there by the sea, and he like, you seen that? I did that. Damn, water just crashed into each other. He like, that was me. And his men kind of got, they yes man. They kind of got yeah, we seen that. That was his surname was Epiphanes, and Epiphanes means God manifested. This is the pride this man was dealing with. It says, so proud was he beyond the condition of man. He's not your average. We all should know a prideful man. We all kind of know a prideful nigga every now and then. It's like, damn, this nigga prideful. Times that by like 10. That's Antiochus. It says he thought he could weigh the high mountains in a balance. He thought he was the guy. And now he was cast down on the ground, man. The Lord showed him what true power was. Now he kind of sitting on the ground and his whole body hurt and he's covered up in dust. You're not God manifested, man. You're a heathen. You're not even just a man. You're a heathen. Right? Mahar, did you want to grab that precept in Daniel?
Yeah. This is Daniel chapter 8. This is what Aharon prefaced with. This is what he opened up with. Daniel 8 is the prophecy of the Greeks overthrowing the Persian and Medes, and it speaks about the successors that would come after Alexander the Great. This is how we know the book of Maccabees. It's how we know in detail what Daniel was prophesying about. This is how we know it's talking about Antiochus Epiphanes the fourth. This verse identifies him perfectly, especially when you read the other accounts in Maccabees. It lines up perfectly. So Daniel 8:24, and his power shall be mighty, but not by his own power, and he shall destroy wonderfully, and shall prosper in practice, and shall destroy the mighty and the holy people. This is what Antiochus did. He destroyed our people. It says, and through his policy also, he shall cause craft to prosper in his hand, and he shall magnify himself in his heart. When you magnify yourself in your heart, that's just another way of saying pride. Your heart is your mind. When you puff up yourself and magnify yourself, like people say, don't get a big head. Don't let it go to your head. Magnifying yourself in your mind or in your heart is the same thing as being prideful. This is exactly Antiochus. It says, and he shall magnify himself in his heart, and by peace shall destroy many. And the other accounts teach us that he came into Jerusalem on multiple accounts. One of them, he said, peace, peace. But then he started killing everybody. Elders, widows, the fatherless. He started killing everybody. But he came in peaceably. All right, these are all signs that we know that this is Antiochus. It says, by peace shall he destroy many. He shall also stand up against the prince of princes, but he shall be broken without hand. And this is, we already see in this account that he has an invisible, incurable disease. So these prophecies that Daniel spoke of concerning Antiochus line up, line upon line, bar for bar, word for word, seamlessly with what Daniel spoke. This is how we know it's Antiochus. Who else is so prideful that just lines up like this in the book of Maccabees? Who else? Who else had an incurable disease and they was destroyed without hand? It just makes so much sense. So I want all the brothers and sisters to be able to see that why Aharon went to Daniel 8 before he started teaching Maccabees chapter 9, 2 Maccabees chapter 9. I yield.
That's a fact. That's a fact, man. You got to be able to, if you're gonna get into some prophecy, you got to be able to see these things and link these things up, right? You got to know the history, because I'm gonna be quite frank, this is probably one of the easier prophecies in the scriptures. I'm gonna just be honest, it really is. This is one of the easier prophecies in the scriptures. We got it, from the Bible, and then the Apocrypha, so on and so forth. Sometimes you just got to go into history. It ain't no other scriptures on it. It just talks, and then you got to do the research. You got to open up other books, right? But that was the pride of that man. Like you said, it lines up with the scriptures, bar for bar. Malachi, we can continue reading.
And it says, verse 9, so that the worms rose up out of the body of this wicked man. Oh, let me repeat that. So that the worms rose up out of the body of this wicked man. And while he lived in sorrow and pain, his flesh fell away. And the filthiness of his smell was noisome to all his army.
This you don't want this on you when you're a prideful man. A prideful man think, his S word don't stink. He kind of like, I'm God. You see that statue over there, and I kind of command the waves of the sea. But no, now he's being diminished and his flesh is peeling off of him. And he's not dying, by the way. He can't die. The Lord put him in a nasty box where you're not going to die. You're physically dying, yeah, but no, you're not going to die right now. You're good. You just got to deal with this. His body is decaying and worms are rising up out of him. Worms, maggots, and flies only appear when there's death around. I'm going to be honest. When something's dead, but Antiochus isn't dead. He's still got his spirit in him. He's still walking around. But his flesh is dying. And he's walking around with that. And the noisome of his smell is hitting all the army. Imagine him trying to give a great speech and his chief man kind of like, and he can see it. You know how embarrassing that is? You're kind of ready to stop speaking, but everybody around kind of like, damn. One of them walk up with a handkerchief. My Lord, we got people complaining about the stench. Imagine how pissed off he'll be. Bring me their head. This is when you become a mad ruler, man. Bring me their head, because he's just upset. But you stink. And your carcass kind of falling away. Imagine sleeping. Imagine going to sleep. You're trying to lay down. You're trying to go to bed. But you feel worms inside of you for some reason. It's like, damn it. They probably tried to wrap them up with gauze and bandages and try to keep them held together as best as possible. But a worm may peel out of the gauze and it's just falling everywhere and it just stinks. And he's got the finest perfume in the land, but ain't nothing working, and he's spraying it. And damn it. This is what happens, man. This is what happens when you touch the apple of the Most High's eye. This is what happens when you mess with Israel. Right? Mahar, did you say Salakia?
Nope. I said God.
Okay, God. This is what happens when you torture God's people. The Most High is a just God, right? He's a just God. He doesn't allow any nation to just trick off their own people. I'm gonna just be honest. Even with the Canaanites, when they killed their own children, the Lord didn't allow that. No, you gotta die. How much more when you touch his people, though? How much more when you touch his people and you turn his house into a whorehouse, into a house of idolatry, and you kill his people? Go ahead.
No, I wouldn't. I was just saying,
Okay, my bad. You kind of kill his people, man. How much more The Lord was fed up. Antiochus' cup has reached its max, and judgment was on him. The death angel was on him. The plague angel was on him, and he had to deal. Lord sent down a commandment. Bring pain upon him, but don't kill him. Bring judgment upon him, but don't kill him. Make his flesh fall away, but do not kill him. Make him a walking carcass. Damn. The Lord say, make him a walking carcass? You're not supposed to be walking around and your flesh falling off you. You guys see what I'm saying?
Man, worms in your body, maggots oozing out the side of your eyeball, your mouth open and it's just rotten, teeth falling out. It's not good. Patches all in your head. You know what I'm saying? It's just, you're not looking good. And nobody know how to remedy the disease.
Ugh. A damn fly come out when he burp and shit. Damn, that sucks. That sucks, man. I'm like,
hey, this is how the Most High remedy prideful niggas, man. He gives us something real humbling. There's no way you can keep being prideful when you getting destroyed like that. There's no way. Hey, Aharon say it all the time. The scriptures say it. It teaches it. It don't say it just like this. But how you be saying it, Aharon? How to remedy pride?
Oh, the remedy to pride is embarrassment, shame.
It ain't a lot that Antiochus can do. It's not a lot of moves he got. He already finna die. I mean, things is just getting worse and worse and worse and worse. She's still alive. Yeah. 2 Maccabees chapter 9, man. I'm ready to go to the next verse, man.
Khan, real quick, precept. Wisdom of Solomon 6:6. For mercy will soon depart the meanest, but mighty men shall be mightily tormented. That's what you got to deal with, man. You tortured a lot of men. The thing was, they died shortly after their pain. Not you, right? We can keep reading, Malachi.
And the Lord put him in a spladle, man.
Put him in a spladle, man.
This is the book of 2 Maccabees, chapter 9 and verse 10. And the man that thought a little afore he could reach to the stars of heaven, no man could endure to carry for his intolerable stink.
So this guy is Mahar. Mahar, you frozen? Do Mahar look frozen to you? Okay, you look back. You look good now. All right. But this man thought he could reach the stars of heaven. This was pride, bro. You gotta be prideful if you go out and you see Antiochus kind of like, I can grab that. Nigga, are you serious? He kind of out there like, yeah, I attain the stars. It's just not on my to-do list right now. Bro.
It would be folly, bro. A day with Antiochus would be complete madness. You on the balcony in this water, in the ocean, he'd get on his bullshit, man. See them waves, man. I did that, man. Like, we just cooling. It's nighttime. He like, man, you want one of those?
Yeah.
Just let me know. Throw me. Hey, the madness of Esau. Malachi, get a precept for me. Go to 2 Thessalonians 2 and verse 4. It's another one in Isaiah 14. Either one will work. But Aharon, we were just talking about this. Well, we bring this up occasionally. How Esau, he made it up in his mind to start flipping stars. Esau is actually selling stars. He actually practicing this. Like, you can buy a star if you got enough money. Like, who gave Esau the right to sell the stars that the Most High put in the firmament? The pride of your heart, it got to just be at an all-time high. Now he's saying, I can grab one of them stars out the sky. Aharon probably finna pull it up. Malachi, grab that scripture. Baba Gashah.
What did you call 1 Thessalonians 2:14?
2 Thessalonians 2 and 4.
Oh, okay. 2 Thessalonians 2 and 4. It's the book of 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verse 4. It says, who opposeth and exalteth himself above all that is called God, or that is worshipped, so that he as a God sitteth in the temple of God, showing himself that he is God.
This is what our enemies do. Predominantly, this is going into Esau. He's that son of perdition. He's the wicked one. And he tries to sit on the throne of God and say that I am God. And how does he do that? You go to him and you say, forgive me, Father, I have sinned. And he's saying, all right, you forgiven. That's what they doing in the Catholic Church. He's trying to sell you stars. I mean, you got stars that's sitting in the sky at night, and he's literally collecting checks and selling them, getting money off of the Most High God's creations. Like, that's insane. You can't grab the star and do nothing. He literally thinks he can, though. The amount of pride, the amount of wickedness, it's insane. It's insane. It's hard for me to even speak on it because it's hard for me to even get in that kind of mindset.
Bro, how crazy as hell do you have to be to go and buy that mod?
You gotta have too.
You gotta be retarded. But go ahead, slog in.
You gotta be finished.
You gotta be real deep in the sauce, man. Real deep.
What you got, Aharon? Did you pull it up? Was you able to find it?
Nah. So basically from what I've seen, some people sell stars and it's kind of like on some sham type deal. But like buying it from the state, I don't think you can actually legitimately buy it from a state or whatever, right? Because this is damn nonsense. But you do have companies out there selling stars, and people kind of get down with that, man. You kind of get some paperwork in the mail about how that's your star.
For real.
You get some paperwork in the mail. Oh, that motherfucker named after you now, man. Yeah.
That shit's hilarious. Yeah, don't buy a damn star, man. If a nigga out there selling you the moon, don't buy it. You know what I'm saying? He kind of come up with some paperwork and look like he got the credentials and it say certified at the top. And he kind of got a USA stamp. He like, look, man.
And everything, bro.
The moon can officially be yours, bro, for a low subscription of $50 a month, man. You got to get it quick, though. You got to get it quick, man.
Constellation, man. You in there buying Orion.
Yeah. That's all. Nigga purchased the Big Dipper last week. Let's see. Let's keep going. Oh, yeah. So he thought he could reach the stars of heaven. It says no man could endure to carry for his intolerable sting. It was that bad of a stink. It's like smelling. I don't know if y'all ever smelled a dead body. I haven't, me personally. But when I've seen people's reaction to the stench of a dead body, a carcass that's been sitting there, doesn't look good. Doesn't look pretty. I don't do good with smells. I'm real sensitive to smells. Something stink. I'm out of there. So imagine the stench of a dead man, but it's kind of the king and he not dead. This nigga kind of a zombie in there. The Lord literally, this nigga was the first zombie. He was the first Walking Dead, man. That's what it is.
God.
This nigga was the first zombie. I'm gonna start pushing that. Go ahead, King.
Salakia. Bro, you gotta put it in a perspective too. Because the Lord can multiply your stink. Like some things you can smell from miles away. And I'm led to believe Antiochus was one of those things in that time. Like the Lord can multiply your pain. He can what's the opposite? He can diminish your pain. He can abate it. Something could happen to you and you would think it should hurt a lot. And it don't hurt that bad because the Lord can have mercy. He can, he can control all things. He can make your funk exceedingly great to where it's just a major problem for everybody. You know what I'm saying? I'm led to believe that's what he did to Antiochus, man. The whole army, that's just tough. That's nasty work.
Literally nasty work, right? Let's keep reading. Verse 11.
We back in 2nd Maccabees.
Yes, sir.
You said verse 7?
11.
Verse 11. Here, therefore, being plagued, he began to leave off his great pride and to come to the knowledge of himself by the scourge of God, his pain increasing every moment. See that?
Hey, with the plague hitting his ass, that nigga kind of sitting in a room and he like, damn, dog, I'm just a man. He kind of sitting, he kind of called his officer in and he like, bro, I was just a man. That's crazy, right? I'm with you. I thought I was a god. I can't figure this one out, bro. Nigga came into the knowledge of himself. The hell? What the hell?
Man.
It's always something new to learn, man.
What the hell?
There's always something new to learn, bro.
He kind of meditating like, damn, I was never him, huh? I was never the guy, huh? Nah, bro. You weren't. I know that hurt. That hurt. His pride left.
Last days, we got a lot of so-called atheists. We got a lot of those so-called. A lot of them ain't really atheists. They believe in a God, but they just like that title and they feel good about it. I hope that in these last days, they begin to understand that there really is a God and he not for you. You know what I'm saying? That's going to do some good wonders. You know what? All of the atheists in the last days, they're going to start trying to call on God, but it's not going to work. That's in concordance with the scriptures. I see it now. That's going to happen.
That's a fact. They're going to come into the knowledge of themselves, right? Malachi, let's keep reading.
It said, his pain increasing every moment. Verse 12. And when he himself could not abide his own smell, wow. It says, he said these words, it is meet to be subject unto God, and that a man that is mortal should not proudly think of himself as if he were God.
This is it. This is the good details right here.
You don't say.
And nigga kind of sat back and he kind of looked at his man and was like, man, it's good to serve God, man. Y'all know that? Niggas kind of looking around like, what the hell? And he kind of sitting up there. He like, it's not good that a man should, proudly think of himself as if he were God. Niggas in his army like, this coming from him? That nigga like, yeah, man, I turned over a new leaf, man. I'm born again.
Wasn't always a good guy.
I wasn't always a good guy. Yeah, I wasn't always a good guy, man. He kind of holds brothers on the shoulder. You're a good guy, man. You've been doing real good. You've been serving me real well, man. He kind of all happy and at peace. He's trying to be at peace, but his body is turning against him.
Man said he couldn't deal with his own smell. Pains is getting worse every moment. The scriptures say it's getting worse and worse and worse and worse. You can't even imagine the kind of. So men can torture people, but the Most High getting on you like that. The OG of you can't get it. I mean, I had a toothache the other day, and I was in this thing like I was falling apart. I was in too deep. I'm in here like it don't matter how big and buff you is. If you get a toothache or a migraine or something, a headache, it'll fold any brother up. But you got to consider the invisible, incurable disease getting worse every moment, nonstop. Flesh falling off, worms in your maggots and flies. Hey, you know when things really just dying, it's just like flies hovering around them. You kind of know where he at.
Yeah.
He could, you know, on the other side of the castle. You know as you're getting closer. You know exactly what room he in. It's more, it's a thick layer of, you know,
death.
You ever been around like a Edomite and you like, bro, I know it's you. You look at Antiochus and you like, golly, what?
I know it's you.
Nobody got any answers for him. Nobody can do anything, and he kind of need assistance. I would hate to be the guy that have to assist him. You got to get him water. You're trying to bring him ointment. He bringing in different physicians. Like, nah, bro, ain't nothing we can do for you at this point. You done. Now he's starting to. Go ahead.
I can see the Lord like allowing a ointment to help him for like a day, and then the pain come back. He kind of have hope, but then the pain come back, and then he try that ointment again, and it never works again. And he's like, "No, I thought we had it. What's going on?" And it's just downhill. I can see that. Scriptures don't say that, but you got to meditate. You know what I'm saying? You got to get in there. But like you said, you can't escape this. You can't escape this.
Bro, you know when you stink, you know you stink.
Yeah.
I don't know. Some people don't. I don't know. But when I stink, I know I stink. I'm like, man, I gotta go take a shower. But like, I can deal with my own funk more than I can deal with somebody else's funk. You know what I'm saying? But to get to the point where you stink so bad and you just can't deal no more. That alone is just that part of the plague right there is weighty.
That's enough for one man.
That's enough. Yeah, that's enough. That's enough.
Baths ain't working. It's just maniac behavior. Malachi, let's keep reading.
All right. It says, verse 13, this wicked person vowed also unto the Lord, who now no more would have mercy upon him, saying thus, that the holy city to the which he was going to in haste to lay it even so like it, the holy city to the which he was going in haste to lay it even with the ground and to make it a common burying place, he would set it at liberty.
Come on.
And as touching the Jews whom he had judged not worthy so much as to be buried, but to be cast out with their children.
Can you hear him?
No.
Malachi, we can't hear you out. You cut out. Read verse 15.
Verse 15. And as touching the Jews, can y'all hear me now?
Yes, sir.
And as touching the Jews, whom he had judged not worthy so much as to be buried, but to be cast out with their children to be devoured of the fowls and wild beasts, he would make them all equals to the citizens of Athens.
So real quick,
And
this is the vow that this nigga is making to the Lord, which the Lord would give no mercy. He ran out of mercy. All his mercy is gone. Right? The Lord's mercy endures forever for Israel. Doesn't do the same for Antiochus. Right? It's not how it works. So he's now saying, hey, he's gonna set at liberty the holy city, and he's gonna make the Israelites, the Jews, equals to the citizens of Athens, which is still not good enough. What do you mean equals? What do you mean equals, dog? We ain't equals. What are you talking about?
I don't get it.
You don't get it. You don't get it yet, do you? What do you mean equals? Go ahead, King.
Side note. Athens is a Greek city-state. This is why in the New Testament, when you read in like the letters of Paul, like Romans, Ephesians, and it talks about Athens, and it say there's neither Jew nor Greek. You got to have some history involved. We actually became citizens of these places. We had citizenship. We started moving like Greeks. We started speaking Greeks. We started eating Greek cuisines. We started having the Greek customs. We started going into Greek mythology. We idolaters. We start recognizing ourselves as Greeks. So you got to understand that what being Hellenized really looked like, and why Paul is speaking from a certain reference, there's cultural context. There's context to it. Just because it say Greek don't mean it's talking about all of the heathens. You got to really look into it and do your due diligence, right? It's important. This is the scriptures. This is your history. You really got to do your due diligence. I yield.
It's a fact. Powerful point, right? Malachi, let's keep reading in verse 16.
verse 16. In the holy temple, which before he had spoiled, he would garnish with goodly gifts.
You cut out. Read verse 16 again.
I'm probably going to jump in for him.
All right.
Malachi, I'm going to jump in for you because your audio is messing up again.
All right, God.
Bro, you just don't want to read, man.
Hell no. Come on, bro.
All right, verse 16. Verse 16. And the holy temple, which before he had spoiled, he would garnish with goodly gifts and restore all the holy vessels with many more out of his own revenue, defray the charges belonging to the sacrifices.
Come on.
Yea, and that he would also become a Jew himself and go through all the world that was inhabited and declare the power of Yahweh.
So this is what he got on. This was his repentance. He's going to return all the vessels and everything that he had taken out of the temple, and he's trying to restore it and help out and, give sacrifices. And hey, I'm a Jew, right? We love you guys, right? That's what he kind of popping up with. I'm a Jew, man. I'm going to get circumcised and I'm going to declare. This nigga came out with the gospel. Brother kind of declaring the power of God now.
He said, I'm going to be a Jew myself.
Yeah. What's wrong with this dude, man? This how much the Lord was on his ass. Every waking moment, you got to imagine, he's probably so sleepy because you can't get no sleep with that much pain. You kind of get a 30-minute nap. It wasn't good. It wasn't no deep sleep. And you just wake up in a constant state of hell. So now it's just,
man. Hey, what's the deep sleep called, Ahram?
REM sleep.
He ain't get sleep, man.
Ain't get no REM sleep, man. You ain't get that. You know how we be getting cooked at work, and we just kind of be like, you know, it's better if I get cooked and I'm just remaining happy about it than, you know, to be upset about it. That was his resolve. It's better that I just, goddamn, man, I just got to take it with a smile, man. I'm out here getting fried.
I'm about to go out and teach everybody that Yahweh is God, man.
Yeah. Ran out of options.
Options, man. This is conclusion of the whole matter right here.
Yeah. Come on.
Verse 18. But for all this, his pains would not cease. For the just judgment of God was come unto Salakia. For the just judgment of God was come upon him. Therefore, the sparing of his health, he wrote unto the Jews the letter underwritten. Jews, the letter underwritten, Salakia, containing the form of a supplication after this manner.
So the pain wouldn't cease. Remember, he ran out of mercy. The just judgment of God is on his ass. Right? So he wrote a letter to the Jews. And we're gonna read what this letter entails. Right? Come on.
Precept.
Go ahead.
Quick precept. Chapter 12 and verse 16. It says, lest there be any fornicator or profane person as Esau, who for one morsel of meat sold his birthright. For ye know how that afterward, when he would have inherited the blessing, he was rejected. For he found no place of repentance, though he sought it carefully with tears. That's a classic scripture. If you don't understand it, Esau, he sought for repentance. He tried to get in good with the Most High. Yeah, you don't get no repentance, though. You didn't get none of that. Even though he was crying and he sought for it with tears, it still wasn't found. And we know Antiochus is an Edomite too. He Esau as well. You're not getting no repentance, especially not after everything you did. It's not going to happen. All right, this is what the letter reads. Verse 19. Antiochus, king and governor, to the good Jews, his citizens, wisheth much joy, health, and prosperity.
Man, don't look, you can't buy it. You can't buy. You got to think the only reason he's saying this is because he's getting tormented. Don't buy into it. So now that if the torment never happened, he would have went on and killed more dozens of our people, tortured dozens of our people. But now that the judgment is on him, now he's, you know, to the good Jews, you know, I wish much joy, health, and prosperity. Man, I love you guys. What? Are you for real? A couple of his wise men probably came to him and was like, hey, bro, the Jews, they kind of showed us in Daniel, bro, that this is what happened to you. They kind of came to him.
Kind of read us the book of Daniel and gave us the sense.
Yeah. This wasn't gonna be good, man. You that little horn, bro. Nigga Antiochus like, no way. I gotta write a letter fast, right? Let's keep reading.
Verse 20. If you and farewell, and your affairs be to your contentment, I give very great thanks to Yahweh, having my hope in heaven.
This nigga ran out of hope on earth, man. It ain't no more hope. That nigga hope is in the heavens, man. His hope is in the heavens, man. He's done.
Man.
Yeah. He's finished. This nigga converted. He used to believe in Zeus. He used to believe in himself. He converted. I'm done. Let's keep reading.
To conclude that all of this is happening because of what you did to the Jews, Yahweh on his ass, man.
Mm-hmm.
It says, as for me, I was weak. or else I would have remembered kindly your honor and goodwill, returning out of Persia and being taken with a grievous disease. I thought it necessary to care for the common safety of all.
You see, and this is nonsense. This is not, I have remembered kindly your honor and goodwill returning out of Persia. No, nigga, you wanted to destroy us returning out. You wanted to destroy us. And he made so much haste that he fell off his horse trying to come and destroy us. But no, this is Esau. Don't buy it. Do not buy it.
You got something over behind it, bro.
Oh yeah. Come on, Aki. Come on, Aki. Turned. He repented, bro. Don't be a victim, bro. He stopped, bro. He's cool, bro. No, he wanted to kill us. And the only reason he didn't is because the Lord got on him. Stop playing games, right? Let's keep reading.
It says, I thought it necessary. I'm at the end of 21. I thought it necessary to care for the common safety of all, not distrusting my health, but having great hope to escape this sickness.
Nah, man. He had the hope, and it's gone. It's gone. You've been dealing with this for I don't know how long now. You're done, bro. You're a walking carcass. Let's keep reading.
Wish we had the time frame and the span of how long he was actually being played until his death. Like, if it was like a year, that's crazy. I know it was multiple. I know it wasn't a day, for sure. I know it wasn't a week, for sure. But how many weeks? How many months? A disease on your eyes, bro.
I know. Hold on, I'm trying to look it up.
An hour, it felt like a long time. A headache for 30 minutes is a long time. But if you have a headache for like a whole day nonstop, you're trying to sleep, that's gonna really do you in. That's gonna really do you real bad. Multiple days. I'm considering, man.
Bro, that's a spiritual battle, bro. That's beyond physical pain. It's not like, that's spirits at play. Through that pain, the intensity of it, spirits gonna try to enter in, man. You gotta fight spirits now.
Your ass whooping right there. Real spiritual.
Hey, I got a little description about what was going on. It says Antiochus lies on a bed in his tent, his armor abandoned on the floor beside him. He is purulent with pain of the bowels and sore torments of the inner parts, infested with worms and emitting intolerable stink. He has also fallen violently from his chariot, so that having a sore fall, all the members of his body were much pain. We already know all that. It says on the left, an elderly surgeon pours ointment onto his leg while a younger assistant changes his dressings. On the right, a notary writes down Antiochus' last will and testament, which Antiochus dictated when he himself could not abide his own smell. Instead of being sacked, Jerusalem would be set free. So this is the letter that we're reading right now. It's basically going to go into the same letter. I thought it was going to give us a little bit more because it said, he had some men that was sitting right there beside him, which through understanding, we kind of already put that together, right? You got somebody changing his raps. You got another man right there, giving them ointment, so on and so forth. But I do not know how long this dude dealt with this disease, bro, and I really want to know.
Yeah, I would that information too. Damn. Ooh, that's a mental battle right there. Yeah, you're getting beat on physically, but like hoping that this disease go away, and it's just not. The Lord already didn't made it up, boy. You was better off just smoking yourself. I ain't gonna lie. You better off
Yeah.
just killing yourself.
Yeah, for real. I know it was some time though. But
That's where we ended. You want me to read the next verse?
yeah.
It says, "But considering that even my father, at what time he led an army into the high countries, appointed a successor, to the end that if anything fell out contrary to expectation, or if any tidings were brought that were grievous, they of the land, knowing to whom the state was left, might not be troubled." They kind of start. You want me to keep reading?
Yep.
All right, verse 25. "Again, considering how that the princes that are the borders and the neighbors unto my kingdom wait for opportunities and expect what shall be the event, I have appointed my son Antiochus king, whom I often committed and commended unto many of you when I went up into the high provinces, to whom I have written as followeth."
So he's kind of getting to a little bit of the politics of the stuff, but let's keep reading.
Verse 26. "Therefore I pray and request you to remember the benefits that I have done unto you generally, and in special, and that every man will be still faithful to me and my son.
This nigga suck, but come on.
Persuaded that he, understanding my mind, will favorably and graciously yield to your desires."
He probably put his son up on game. Look, son, deal with these men carefully. Right? Be at peace with the Jews, man. Look what I'm going through. Right? Let's keep reading.
Verse 28. "Thus the murderer and blasphemer suffered most grievously as he entreated other men. So died he a miserable death in a strange country in the mountains. And
Close it out.
Philip, that was brought up with him, carried away his body, who also, fearing the son of Antiochus, went into Egypt to Ptolemais Philometor."
Right. So this guy died, as the prophecy states, verse 25. "And through his policy also he shall cause craft to prosper in his hand, and he shall magnify himself in his heart, and by peace shall destroy many. He shall also stand up against the prince of princes, but he shall be broken without hand." He's gonna die, and nobody touched him. He didn't die in valiant battle. He didn't die by the sword. He didn't die by his own hand. None of that happened. The Most High came and got him. He came and got him, right? It says, "In the vision of the evening and the morning, which was told, is true. Wherefore shut up thou the vision, for it shall be many days." Daniel got this in the time of Babylon. Go ahead and keep this vision up. It's gonna happen, but it's gonna be in many days. You gotta wait. You gotta wait on it. Verse 27, "And I, Daniel, fainted and was sick certain days. Afterward I rose up and did the king's business, and I was astonished at the vision, but none understood it." Who the hell are the Grecians? Kind of what Daniel looking at. What the hell going on? I don't get it. He told me this was going to happen. Daniel probably went throughout his life waiting on this vision. But no, it's for many days. You got to wait. It may not happen in his lifetime, right? But it is true. And Antiochus was broken without hand. That's the death of Antiochus. That's my favorite part when it comes to teaching the Hanukkah. The death of this man. Because all the things that he caused our people to go through. All the terribleness that he caused our people to go through. Him being put to death most justly by the Most High God. Right? So we're gonna end it right there. Next week we might go into Thanksgiving, and then go into how Thanksgiving is bad, by the way. You know, some of y'all still got a little worldly in you. We're gonna go into how it's bad. And then after that, continue back into Hanukkah, right? So we're gonna go into Thanksgiving, build up in there. Go ahead, King.
Not let your family convince you to pull up on Thanksgiving and under any circumstances, right? Because they're gonna have you in there eating plates and having a good old time, and you're gonna look up and you're gonna realize, man, I feel like I just kept Thanksgiving, man. Don't let them tell you, oh, you don't gotta celebrate it. Just come get a plate. Don't let them tell you.
Yeah.
Don't let them tell you none of that, man. It's a trick. Okay, just stay away. Go do the work.
See.
Go do something else.
Yeah, for real. Go prepare for Feast of Dedication. Go do that. Right? You don't gotta go pull up on that day. Pull up another day. If they think that you hate them because of that, totally fine. They'll get over it, right? They'll get over it. It'll be all right. So yeah, we're gonna try to go into Thanksgiving. Let me see. When is Thanksgiving? The 27th? Nah, brother. You know, brother. Don't do that. You know. Brother gonna eat a turkey sandwich that day, huh?
Man.
I'm not celebrating. I just got some.
I just went and got a plate and just spent some time with my family.
Yeah, bro. I just got some cranberry sauce, bro, and you know, a turkey leg, bro. I'm chilling. So I looked it up. Looks like Thanksgiving falls on the 28th of this year. So yeah, it would be best if we do next class over Thanksgiving, and then the following class continue in Hanukkah, continue in the Feast of Dedication, right? That's all I got, brothers. Do y'all got anything? Kind all praises. The water for tuning in, right? We know it's a little bit more of a lengthier class. It's all good though. Good information. Good information, right? So with that, we want to give all praises, all honor, and all glory to the Most High God Yahweh, by Hashem and Mashiach Yahushua. We want to say Shalom. First and foremost, we want to give all praises, all honor, and all glory to the Most High God Yahweh, by Hashem Hamashiach Yahushua. So let's get into our original main lesson, which is Maccabees, right? I'm kind of thinking I might not go with the video. I was thinking about going with the video, but we might just end up reading Second Maccabees chapter 2. Mahar, which one do you think is better to read? Second Maccabees chapter 2 or the I think it's First Maccabees 4?
I'm more familiar with First Maccabees chapter 4, but I don't think you can miss either way, honestly.
Yeah, because I seen the Second Maccabees was going into Jeremiah and Nehemiah and them. This one kind of starting off with, you know, the current stuff. So we probably just gonna read into this joint. Brothers, if y'all got any points, just say Salakia, and then I'm gonna finish my point. I'm gonna pass you the mic. Y'all can throw out precepts. You know what I'm saying? But one of the mighty soldiers, when we start this bad boy off, First Maccabees chapter 4, verse 1.
Yes, sir. This is First Maccabees. So like I was trying to get on KJVA, the website you're on, but mine was looking weird. I'm like, what is this?
Yeah, sometimes you got to go down and click a certain link.
Okay,
You want me to read it?
No. This is First Maccabees chapter 4 and verse 1. It says, then took Gorgas 5,000 footmen and 1,000 of the best horsemen, and removed out of the camp by night, to the end he might rush in upon the camp of the Jews and smite them suddenly. And the men of the fortress were his guides. Now when Judas heard thereof, he himself removed, and the valiant men with him, that he might smite the king's army which was at Emmaus, while as yet the forces were dispersed from the camp.
So real quick, we already got into it a little bit. This is why we originally used kings and generals as a reference to help you whenever you're learning about Hanukkah, because they give you a visual of all of this that's taking place. Not everything, because Maccabees is pretty big, but they give you a great visual of a lot of stuff, a lot of battles that's taking place, because there are a lot of battles that's going on in Maccabees. There's a lot of fights, and you kind of have to familiarize yourself with these certain men, with these certain names, what their rank is, what their position is, why do they want to do this, what are they. You got to remember these things. Then you got to remember Mattathias, and you got to remember his sons, and what happened to Mattathias, and what son came up after him. You got to really turn your reading comprehension up when it comes to Maccabees, because a lot of this is dealing with history, right? But let's go ahead and keep reading.
This is verse 4. First Maccabees chapter 4 and verse 4, it says, while as yet the forces were dispersed from the camp, in the mean season came Gorgas by night into the camp of Judas. And when he found no man there, he sought them in the mountains, for he said, these fellows flee from us. But as soon as it was day, Judas shewed himself in the plain with 3,000 men, who nevertheless had neither armor nor swords in their mind. And they saw the camp of the heathen, that it was strong and well harnessed, and compassed round about with horsemen, and these were expert of war.
So Judas popped back up and seen these men, right? Judas' men kind of wasn't ready for a fight, looked like. Their minds wasn't in it. And then now they looking across the array, and it's damn a mighty men of heathen, expert in war, ready to kill them. Gorgas or George, whatever his name is, he'd been trying to get at Judas. It says in the mean season, around winter, he had went to him by night. He's trying to finish this, right? Let's keep reading.
Verse 8, it says, verse 7, and they saw the camp of the heathen, that it was strong and well harnessed, and compassed round about with horsemen, and these were expert of war. Then said Judas to the men that were with him, fear ye not their multitude, neither be afraid of their assault. Remember how our fathers were delivered in the Red Sea, when Pharaoh pursued them with an army. Now therefore let us cry unto heaven, and peradventure the Lord will have mercy upon us, and remember the covenant of our fathers, and destroy this host before our face this day.
So this is what made Judas. This is why Mattathias set Judas up as the leader after him. Judas was a great leader. He was an excellent leader when it came to battle. He seen this multitude of men, and he kind of looking at his men, and he said, fear not. Don't be afraid of their multitude. Don't be afraid of their assault. Let us remember about how we got saved and delivered in the Red Sea when Pharaoh pursued us with an army. He starts making recollection of all these past accounts, right? Let me see, because it's a precept that I want that came to my head.
Deuteronomy 20.
No, but you can grab that.
All right.
Mine, I wanted to get is Sirach 2 and 10. It says, look at the generations of old and see, Did ever any trust in the Lord and was confounded? Or did any abide in his fear and was forsaken? Or whom did he ever despise that called upon him? This is something that Judas knew. This is something that Judas was well acquainted with. And he used this to rile his men up, to get his men up, to put their mind back into the faith of the Most High. That's what he did. Because fear come along, fear can remove faith. And vice versa. Faith can remove fear. And in this initial moment, they seen all these men. It was doubt crept in, fear crept in, uncertainty crept in. And then Judas had to meet him with, nah, let's remember how the Most High deals with us. Let's remember how he deals with us and how he saves the afflicted and how he saves us in the time of trouble. Then what happened? Certainty came back. Faith came back. Right? Malachi, you can go ahead and grab your precept.
Khan, this is the law concerning war. When it's time to go out to war, this is how the Most High God commanded us to go about it. Right? The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 20, and I'm starting verse 1. When thou goest out to battle against thine enemies, and seest horses and chariots and a people more than thou, be not afraid of them, for the Lord thy God is with thee, which brought thee up out of the land of Egypt. So when you outnumbered, right, when you outgunned, so on and so forth, don't be afraid of them, because the Lord is with you, right? The same way he delivered us out of Egypt, he can deliver us out of any danger, right? Verse 2, and it shall be when you are come nigh unto the battle, when you are come near unto the battle, that the priest shall approach and speak unto the people, and shall say unto them, Hear, O Israel, ye approach this day unto battle against your enemies. Let not your hearts faint. Fear not, do not tremble, neither be ye terrified because of them. For the Lord your God is he that goeth with you to fight for you against your enemies to save you. So in a situation like this, you are commanded by the Most High God, Yahweh, to not be afraid, to not tremble, right? But also you see what, not Mattathias, you see what Judas was doing here. He was speaking these words unto the men because he's the priest. He's of the tribe of Levi, and this is what he's commanded to do during a time like this. So what these brothers are doing is a fulfillment of the law, man. He getting them ready for the battle, speaking these words that is written in Deuteronomy 20.
He's speaking life into these men, right? In the back end of Sirach chapter 2 and verse 11, it says, For the Lord is full of compassion and mercy, long suffering, and very pitiful, and forgiveth sins, and saveth in the time of affliction. So just like the law said, it says the Lord goes out and fights for you. The Most High fights for you. And that's exactly what Judas is reminding his men. We serve the master of the universe. Fear not. That's what made him a great leader. He can inspire men. He can give the spirit back to men. Those who were faint-hearted for a split second, he can put them back into remembrance of who they are and who they serve. Right? So let's keep reading on this Maccabees.
God, this is First Maccabees chapter 4, verse 10. Now therefore let us cry unto heaven, and peradventure the Lord will have mercy upon us, and remember the covenant of our fathers, and destroy this host before our face this day. And that so all the heathen may know that there is one who delivereth and saveth Israel. Then the strangers lifted up their eyes and saw them coming over against them. Therefore they went out of the camp to battle, but they that were with Judas sounded their trumpets. And so they joined battle, and the heathen, being discomforted, fled into the plain. Howbeit all the hindmost of them were slain with the sword, for they pursued them unto Gazara, and unto the plains of Idumea, and Asatus, and Jamania, so that they were slain of them upon a 3,000 men.
So this is how Judas got down. They went out of the camp, It says, but they that were with Judas sounded their trumpets. Imagine that. Now you got men who have trumpet sounds. You got war trumpets. It's a dangerous sound out there. It's a nasty sound that you don't want to hear during the time of battle. It's giving them more morale. It's hyping them up more. Meanwhile, it's putting more fear into you. And that's how Judas left out. Judas went out there and they had trumpets blowing so that they turned around and they fled, and Judas and his men slain around 3,000 men of them. 3,000 men is a lot of men. We've all been in a classroom. We've all been in a school. If you went to a regular school and you've all sat in the audience and you looked around, it's like, damn, there's a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? You sit in the auditorium, it's probably about 300, 400 people there. Right? Maybe 5. Depending on what school you went to, it may have been 6, 7, 8. That still doesn't compare to 3,000 men. And that's how much Judas and his men took out. Right? Let's keep reading.
It says, First Maccabees chapter 4 and verse 16. It says, this done, Judas returned again with the host from pursuing them, and said to the people, be not greedy of the spoil, and as much as there is a battle before us, and Gorgas and his host are here by us in the mountain. But stand ye now against our enemies, and overcome them, and after this ye may boldly take their spoils.
So Judas saying, hey, look, don't be too hasty. Be not greedy of the spoil, because we still got a fight in front of us. We still have a fight in front of us. Me, Mahar, and Malachi, we was looking at Genghis Khan in one of his quotes. And one of his quotes was, what was it? He said he doesn't like materialistic stuff. He said men tend to forget their vision when they have goodly clothing, beautiful women, great gain. They forget their vision when they have all of that. And we see that Judas was on the same kind of time. Hey, look, we can't get these spoils right now. Some men were probably like, shit, I'm finna go hit this. I'm finna go hit this house up right here. See what I can, find in there. Judas like, whoa. We still got something to do. We still have business to handle. After we do that, because we're still at a fight. After we finish them, hey, boldly take the spoils. Boldly take the spoils. But right now we have business to attend to. And that's how some of us got to be. That's how some of our mindset has to be. Our mindset is too worried about the spoils and not about the business at hand. We have business to attend to right now, but our mind is already thinking about the gain we can get. We're already thinking about reaping what we sowing instead of sowing. Some of us ain't out here sowing no more. We're not out here sowing the seed. We're not teaching. We're not doing the work of the Most High. We're kind of already thinking it's said and done, and it's kind of already over, and look at what Russia's doing, and everybody's told. No, it's still time on the clock. There's still work to be done. Don't forget the parable about the penny. He hired somebody close to where when it was time, it was almost finished, and he still received the penny. Don't get caught up in the spoils, man. Get to doing the work. Get to doing the work. There's still a battle in front of our face that we have to worry about. There's still an enemy in front of our face that we have to worry about. And when I say worry, I'm not talking about fearing. I'm talking about handling business, right? Soldier Malachi, let's continue reading.
What verse we at?
19.
Verse 19. As Judas was yet speaking these words, there appeared a part of them looking out of the mountain, who, when they perceived that the Jews had put their host to flight and were burning the tents, for the smoke that was seen. Hold on, brother. You done hit me with a crossover, brother.
What?
Brother done put me on the mixtape, man. Where? Oh, I see.
What you talking
When
about, bro?
bro did me crazy with the scroll. I didn't know where we was.
Oh my! I didn't know you was looking right here. My
Oh,
bad.
snap. Nah, it's all good.
Like,
It's
you read that again.
Verse 20. Who, when they perceived that the Jews had put their host to flight and were burning the tents, for the smoke that was seen declared what was done. When therefore they perceived these things, they were sore afraid. And seeing also the host of Judas in the plain ready to fight, that's a scary sight. They fled everyone into the land of strangers.
So this exact. So you see now the tables are turned. The tables have turned, and they looking at Judas and his men burning shit down and all hell. You got these brothers are ready to fight now. They're coming at you, yelling, screaming. They all got beards. These ain't soft men that we got today, right? These ain't soy boys. These is real men. These is real men with big swords and shields and bucklers ready to kill. That's a nasty sight. Like Malachi said, that's a scary sight. They're all kind of yelling. Some of them screaming, Yahweh Shem Shai. Some of them screaming for David. One of them out there because he's a psychopath. I'm gonna just be honest. There's some men that go to the army. Not some. If you look it up, the most psychopaths are in the army. I'm gonna be honest. That's where they can go and destroy stuff. Some brothers out there is just blown out crazy. And it's like, nah, we gotta flee, bro. We gotta go. We gotta get out of here. Okay, we can't keep fighting these men. We gotta go. All right.
Hey, look,
Go ahead.
you kind of see what they doing. You kind of peeking from the mountains. Then you see big mighty brothers. They kind of turn their head. They looking at you. They start pointing. They start charging at you. Brothers running 4 flats. brothers getting to you quick.
That's nasty work.
Mighty men. Oh my God. It's over, man. Flee.
You got about 8 Ray Lewis sized brothers coming at you. Go on. Let's keep reading.
God. It says, verse 23. Then Judas returned to spoil their tents. So like it. Then Judas returned to spoil the tents, where they got much gold and silver and blue silk and purple of the sea and great riches. After this, they went home and sung a song of thanksgiving and praised the Lord in heaven, because it is good, because his mercy endureth forever. No, not the Thanksgiving that they celebrate in Babylon, right? This is a righteous song of thanksgiving, y'all.
Man, if anybody got that mixed up, you're in the wrong spot.
You gotta say stuff. Some stuff you think you don't gotta say, you gotta say it.
Y'all need to go tune in to ISUPK. Go watch General Yana. You in the
He
wrong.
gonna get you. He gonna get you right.
He's gonna get you right on time. Because if you thinking this is that, if you trying to conflate this with that, look up ISUPK, man. Go to Cross the Line Radio and you go ask them if this is what that's talking about.
Yeah.
Because this ain't that. Right?
Right.
Let's keep reading.
Verse 25. Thus Israel had a great deliverance that day. Now all the strangers that had escaped came and told Lysias what had happened, who, when he heard thereof, was confounded and discouraged, because neither such things as he would were done unto Israel, nor such things as the king commanded him were come to pass.
So now Israel is putting everybody to flight. The Lord then killed Antiochus. Brothers is worried about that. Now you got Judas putting to flight these mighty men. Putting them to flight. And they getting word back like, this wasn't supposed to go like that. What happened? What happened to the plan? What happened to this? What happened to that? It's not going. And you got Judas and Israel gathering all the spoils up, getting great gain. Let's keep reading.
It says, the next year, verse 28, the next year, therefore, following Salakia. The next year, therefore, following Lysias, gathered together 70,000 choice men of foot and 5,000 horsemen, that he might subdue them.
So now he's trying to get his get back. Let me grab some men, right? Let me get some men together to go get at this guy. Let's keep reading.
It says, so they came into Idumea and pitched their tents at Bethsura, and Judas met them with 10,000 men.
Judas met them with 10,000 men. You gotta imagine that. 10,000. Let me see if I can search this up. Army of 10,000. Let's see what this looks like. Let's see what this. Let's just try to get a visual, right? It's gonna look something similar to this. It's just a wide band of men. Look at this. Look at that. Look at that. Look, that's nasty work. That's nasty work right there. This is what Judas met him with. Of Israelites. Brothers. Men who are ready and made it up in their head that they finna go and fight and win. Y'all know how Esau, they'll kind of hype you up and they'll be like, today we die. Man, look, we finna go win. That's how Israel was getting down. We're finna go out here and we gonna win. Met him with 10,000 men. Nasty work. Let's keep reading.
It says, verse 30, and when he saw that mighty army, he prayed and said, blessed art thou, O Savior of Israel, who didst quell the violence of the mighty men by the hand of thy servant David, and gavest the host of strangers into the hands of Jonathan, the son of Saul, and his armor bearer. Shut up this army in the hand of thy people Israel, and let them be confounded in their power and horsemen.
So immediately, what did Judas do? He didn't go to his counselors. He didn't go to his men. He didn't think to himself, damn, we're screwed. He immediately sought the Most High. You're going to see something very similar throughout all of the scriptures, whether that's the Old, New, Apocrypha, Torah, Tanakh, prophets, the Psalms, the writings, the history. You're gonna see the same thing. When mighty men get in a predicament, they immediately seek the Most High. They immediately pray to the Most High, who saved in the time of affliction. Guess what? And he's still reaccounting the things that are past. Talking about David, talking about Jonathan, the son of Saul, and what happened in their time. You have to be in the same mindset. Let's keep reading.
It says, shut up this army in the hand of thy people Israel, and let them be confounded in their power and horsemen. Make them to be of no courage, and cause the boldness of their strength to fall away, and let them quake at their destruction. Cast them down with the sword of them that love thee, and let all those that know thy name praise thee with thanksgiving.
It says, cast them down with the sword of them that love thee. Kill them. This can't be a God of equality. This can't be. Because I keep seeing Israelites pray to the most High about casting down heathens, and the Lord answers time and time again. Let's keep reading.
It says, so they joined battle, verse 34. So they joined battle, and there were slain of the host of Lysias about 5,000 men. Even before them were they slain. Ah,
Yeah.
God. You know how disheartening that is to see 5,000 of your men get knocked down? What?
Hey,
Oh my God.
you know how much morale is leaving and fear is starting to set in. Imagine you out on the battlefield and you hear your fellow soldiers screaming and crying out in agony and pain, and you look to your left, one of them just got stabbed. You look to your right, he got his head took off by a raging black man.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
The
What's
next man,
going on?
the next man you see, he got crunched with a giant hammer. It was Judas. Oh my God. Flee.
What's he doing on the battlefield?
Oh my God.
Why is he out here?
Oh my God. They out there leaping upon these men.
Yeah. Yeah. With
God.
great energy, bro. With excellent energy, bro.
All praises.
That's
All right.
nasty work. Come on.
It says, now when Lysias saw his army put to flight, this is verse 35, and the manliness of Judas's soldiers and how they were ready either to live or die valiantly, he went into Antiochia and gathered together a company of strangers. And having made his army greater than it was, he purposed to come again into Judea.
So he's seen the manliness of Judas and his soldiers. Not a good statement. This is not something good. You know why? It's not good for him, is what I'm getting at. Because you got to think about it. If those men back then were more masculine and more manly, you got to imagine how much more manly Judas's men were. How much more above the bar they were. That's what it says in the manliness of Judas's soldiers and how they were ready to either live or die valiantly. They were ready to do it all. There was no fear in their heart whatsoever. They're just out here for battle. Let's do it. This is the kind of mindset Judas put in these men. Judas got dogs out there on the field. You don't want to fight a man like that. Everything he does is going to be 10x, 10 times. He doesn't fear anything. He just has a goal in his mind. And some men out there, some of their goals is just to destroy. How many men can I kill? How many of these heathens can I take down? That's what they thinking. That's a scary thought. So Lysias, he flee to a nearby spot, Antiochia, and gathered a company of strangers, man. He trying to up his men as much as he can. He's really trying. Let's keep reading.
It says, verse 36. Then said Judas and his brethren, behold, our enemies are discomfited. Let us go up to cleanse and dedicate the sanctuary. Upon this, all the host assembled themselves together and went up to Mount Zion. And when they saw the sanctuary desolate and the altar profane and the gates burned and shrubs growing in the courts as in a forest or in one of the mountains, yea, and the priest's chambers pulled down, they rent their clothes and made great lamentation and cast ashes upon their heads.
So this is what Hanukkah is about. Dedication, the rededication of the temple. Judas, notice how they're discomfited, they're fleeing. Cool. Let's go back to cleanse and dedicate the temple. This was the mission in hand. The temple was so bad, it was shrubbery growing. You know, you got some plants and vines and leaves growing across the wall. It's not in the same glory as it once was. because it's been defiled by these damn heathens. Right? Let's keep reading. Verse 40.
Verse 40. And fell down flat to the ground upon their faces, and blew an alarm with the trumpets, and cried toward heaven. Then Judas appointed certain men to fight against those that were in the fortress until he had cleansed the sanctuary. So he chose priests of blameless conversation, such as had pleasure in the law.
So Judas had to make a lot of decisions. Look, y'all go fight these men over here, handle them. Right? They already got fear in their heart. We already got some men on fire. Go handle that. Then he had to find the priest of blameless conversation, meaning a blameless lifestyle. Remember, that's probably not an easy thing. You had a lot of wicked priests. You had a lot of wicked men. A lot of men who wanted to go after Greek fashion. So he probably chose men that roll with him.
Mm-hmm.
Such as had pleasure in the law. He'd seen their works. Well, I seen you teaching nonstop ever since we left. I seen you making prayers. I seen you do all of that. Man, come with me, man. I need you to come with me. All right, let's keep reading. Verse 43.
Verse 43, Salakia. That's another beautiful example of order in the congregation, of order in the church amongst the Israelites. You know, you got people who always want to kind of condemn that idea. You feel me? And try to say, well, we followers of God and not followers of men. You know, a lot of people have said that before, but like you see here, this is another example of the men of the Lord setting up order in the congregation, right? It says, verse 42. So he chose priests of blameless conversation, such as had pleasure in the law, who cleansed the sanctuary and bear out the defiled stones into an unclean place. And when as they consulted what to do with the altar of burnt offerings, which was profaned, they thought it best to pull it down, lest it should be a reproach to them, because the heathen had defiled it. Wherefore they pulled it down.
So they got to get these stones out because they're defiled, right? They're unclean. Some of them may have mold. Some of them may have swine's blood on it. And then they said, what should we do with the altar of burnt offerings, which was profane? That was profaned by an amalgamation of things. Whoredom, swine. It was just profaned. And they had to make a tough decision. Man, let's just pull it down. Unless it become a reproach. They probably went into the law. Right? The law say, man, you cook an unclean animal in this kind of vessel, you got to break it and get rid of it. So they probably put it together. Look, man, we can't have this in here. We can't. And this is them going in there and remaking up the temple, man, into what it should be. And this was honestly a time of rejoicing. Well, it was both. It was a time of mourning and a time of rejoicing. Mourning because all of this stuff had happened, but a time of rejoicing because, hey, we got our temple back. Antiochus is dead. We're getting our nation back in order. It literally led to us having the Hasmonean dynasty, where we're on top. We got our hegemony. We're back at it. The Hasmonean dynasty was a ruling dynasty of Judea and surrounding regions during the Hellenistic times of the Second Temple period. We was back in rulership. We had our own stuff going on amongst our own land. We ain't got to worry about nobody. That's what led, or all of this stuff is what led to us having our dynasty, right? Let's keep reading. Verse 46.
Verse 46. And laid up the stones in the mountain of the temple in a convenient place, until there should come a prophet to show what should be done with them. Then they took whole stones according to the law and built a new altar according to the former, and made up the sanctuary and the things that were within the temple and hallowed the courts.
Come on.
They made also new holy vessels, and into the temple they brought the candlestick and the altar of burnt offerings and of incense and the table.
Come on.
And upon the altar they burned incense, and the lamps that were upon the candlestick they lighted, that they might give light in the temple. Furthermore, they set the loaves upon the table and spread out the veils and finished all the works which they had begun to make. Now, on the 25th day of the 9th month, which is called the month Caslu, in the 148th year, they rose up betimes in the morning and offered sacrifice according to the law upon the new altar of burnt offerings which they had made.
You got to remember, man, it was a point in time not too long ago when the temple was set a snare for our people. Not too long ago, if you went to the temple, you had these heathen men hop out of nowhere and kill you. And your blood was being shed all around about the temple, leading up into this day to where we can finally offer a sacrifice to the Lord, to the Most High. It was a lot of stuff these men went through to even get back to this point. They went through constant battle, constant fights, constant wars. Imagine those discussions during those times. These men lost their father. Their father couldn't see this. Mattathiah seen the temple be defiled, but he couldn't see it be rededicated under his son and under his mighty sons. This was a lot of stuff that happened during this time. And sons had to become men. They had to gird up their loins with strength, and they had to become leaders. Leading all the way up until now, they can sacrifice upon the new altar which they have made, something they long to do. This is men who want to serve God. How bad do you want to serve God? How bad do you want to get right back to what we used to do? Me and Mahar was talking the other day. People complain about how you can't keep the Sabbath, it's too hard, so on and so forth. On holidays, during Thanksgiving and Christmas, everything shuts down. It's so hard to get into anything. You can't get into anything. Imagine if they did that for the Sabbath day.
Imagine. I'm chilling with Malachi and on Thanksgiving, and it's just a normal day to us. We bored as hell. The city was shut down. There was literally, you couldn't go to a Walmart, a Reese's. We were just trying to get some pizza, bro. We tried Pizza Hut, Domino's, everything, bro. We couldn't get nothing shaken. Nothing. That's how it should be on the Shabbat, man. That'd be beautiful.
That would be amazing. How bad do you want to get it to where it's like that on the Shabbat? Everything shut down. You just got to congregate with your brethren, with your family. Right? This is what we need to be working back for. These are men that wanted to serve God so much they fought and died for it. When they had the liberty to do whatever the hell they wanted. They could have did whatever they wanted. They could have lived after their desires. They could have lived after their flesh, after their whatever. The same liberty you have today. You can live after your desires and flesh today. Do you want to do that, or do you truly want to serve the Most High? That's what it's about. He wants to see who's going to serve him. He puts you in the land of Babylon, in the land where you can do whatever the hell you want. He's trying to see, is he going to serve me? Is she going to serve me when they can do whatever they want? Who's really going to serve me? Who's really going to give up their emotion, their emotional attachments, whatever they were taught, raised up in here? Let's see how many of them are going to give that up to serve me. And we're going to find out soon. You know, some people like to talk the talk. We're going to find out, right? Let's keep reading. Go ahead and finish this out.
Can you hear me?
Okay, now
My mute button's tripping. But
we have verse
54, 53, God. Verse 53. And offer sacrifice according to the law upon the new altar of burnt offerings, which they had made. Look at what time and what day the heathen had profaned it. Even in that was it dedicated with songs and citherns and harps and cymbals. Then all the people fell upon their faces, worshiping and praising the God of heaven, who had given them good success. And so they kept the dedication of the altar 8 days and offered burnt offerings with gladness and sacrificed the sacrifice of deliverance and praise. They decked also the forefront of the temple with crowns of gold and with shields. And the gates and the chambers they renewed and hanged doors upon them. Thus was there a very great gladness among the people, for that the reproach of the heathen was put away.
there was a
Moreover,
gladness of the people, for the reproach of the heathen was put away. We can serve God again. We can serve God again. We don't have to serve these damn heathens no more. We don't gotta go with what they going with. We don't gotta profane the Sabbath day. I don't have to be scared to circumcise my child. I don't have to be scared to call myself a Jew. We can serve the Most High again, right? Let's keep reading.
bro, I went on mute, bro, but I just shouted a mighty shout, bro. I felt that, bro. That's tough.
Praises.
All praises, man. Lord, can't wait till the day, man. We can move like this. But the spirit is gonna come again. But where was we? 57? Oh, 59. Verse 59. Moreover, Judas and his brethren with the whole congregation of Israel ordained that the days of the dedication of the altar should be kept in their season from year to year by the space of 8 days from the 25th day of the month Caslu with mirth and gladness. At that time also they builded up the Mount Zion with high walls and strong towers round about, lest the Gentiles should come and tread it down as they had done before. And they set there a garrison to keep it, and fortified Bethsura to preserve it, that the people might have a defense against Idumea.
So now it was ordained that we should keep it in its respected time, year by year, with mirth and gladness. Something that even Christ kept himself. Right? Why would you not want to keep this with mirth and gladness? You got niggas out here keeping damn Thanksgiving. Why would you not want to keep this with mirth and gladness? But then you'll have people tell you, we're not under the law. I can do what I want. Right? Sucks, man. Sucks to see the state of our people and what they believe in, the nastiness of Christianity. But it is what it is, right? You're only going to serve what what you want to serve. Some people going to choose to serve the Most High. Some people going to choose to serve their own flesh. And that's just what it is, right? Can't be mad at that. They've made their decision. That's it for this. We're now in the month, or finna be in the month of Feast of Dedication, right? I believe dedication falls December 25th sundown, I think.
I believe so.
Yeah.
I think it's the 24th. I
Okay.
think. I'm not sure. One of those, though.
One of those, December 25th or December 24th sundown. We'll keep you updated, obviously, right? But we wanted to go into it this year a little early because there's so much to go into, right? It's so much to go into. We normally try to cram it all in that time. We're not doing that. This year we get to take our time with it, and we will touch back on it more whenever that time comes. But do y'all have anything y'all want to say or add?
Good lesson.
Or I just put it in that 24th sundown. Okay, bet. All praises to the Most High. With that, we want to give all praises to the Most High God Yahweh, by Hashem Hamashiach Yahushua. I want to say Shalom.
Shalom. Shalom.
Shalom.